Enoho, if the members are part of the committee could please come and take their seats, we will open the meeting. Oh, kia ora, thank you. We will start with the karakia. Whakatakate hau ki te uru, whakatakate hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā tara tara ki tai. E hi aki ana te atakura, he teo, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei, mauri ora. Tēnā koutou katoa, no mai ki te hui o te Kōrau Mātinitini Social, Cultural and Economic Committee, ai tēnei rā. Tēnā whakamoeho mai kia au ki teitahi kai tohu manapori rānei, mina ka wihi koe I te hui. Welcome everybody to today's Kōrau Mātinitini Social, Cultural and Economic meeting. Please let myself or the Democracy Services advisors know if you intend to leave the meeting early. E te haurua ai te teko kāraka, 10:30, te kai timo o te ata. Morning tea will be at 10:30 a.m. Apologies. I have received apologies. Oh, we have received apologies.
Oh, Nicola's got
I have a parrot. I've received apologies from Councillor Free, Councillor Young, and Councillor Winnie. Councillor Young, I see you've got your...
So it's just I'll be leaving early because it'll be my bedtime pretty soon.
Ah, cheers. Thank you, Councillor Young. Members, do we have any further apologies? We've got Councillor Free on. Alrighty
Myself
then.
for possible early departure.
Councillor Young, could you please mute your computer? Fab, thank you. Cheers. E whakataka koutou ana o ai te mōtini, I move the motion that the Kōrau Mātinitini Social, Cultural and Economic Committee accept the apologies from the councillors up on screen. Mawai I tautoko, do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Matthews. E nai nei ka potitia te mōtini, I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Okay. Are you sure we're not slipping into the matrix? It's just an HDMI cord.
I'm voting yes, struggling to find the ups and downs, the greens and reds.
Thank you, Councillor Free.
We don't have a chat enabled at the moment for online, so we can't.
Kua mana, I now declare the motion carried. Councillor McNulty, could you? Yep, right.
Yep.
Fantastic. I ngā mema tēnā whakapui kina o taki whai panga e hangai ana ki te rārangi taki. I call on any members to declare conflicts of interest that they may have on the agenda. I see none. And then on to confirmation of minutes. E whakataka koutou ana o I te mōtini, I move the motion that the Kōrau Mātinitini approve the minutes of the meeting held on the 29th of February 2024, having been circulated. Mawa e tautoko, do I have a seconder? Councillor Abdurrahman, thank you. E nai nei kei pōtitia te mōtini, I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded.
I'm voting yes.
Thank you, Councillor Free. Kua mana, I declare the motion carried. Ka roi he mea mahui ki te rārangi tahi. There are no items not on the agenda. However, we do have a slight change of order just to accommodate some last minute changes. So in accordance with Standing Order 19.1, we will be shifting around some items of business, and the order is just up on screen there if you'd like to have a look. But yes, of course, public participation will still be first. I move the motion. Do it. No, it's at my discretion. Fine. Okay, cool. Moving over. Cool, kia ora. Now moving on to public participation. Nau mai Richard Noble and Dr. Demetrius to come and speak to us about Wellington memorials to the Mustafa Kemal Ataturk. Nau mai. Thank you. You have 10 minutes amongst you. 10 minutes? Yep.
E te kōrau Mātinitini, tēnā koutou, e te koro matua, tēnā koe, e te tumuaki o te runanga nei, tēnā koe. In case you're thinking to yourselves, not this guy again, may I begin by acknowledging the significant work programs that the Council currently faces, especially the inimitable leaky pipes in the district plan, te mea, te mea, te mea. And so I recognise the priority of these issues, and perhaps my cause is somewhat lower down the pecking order, but nonetheless, I wish to keep this kaupapa on Council's radar, and hence my presence here today. However, as you can see, today it isn't just me appearing as a private individual. I'm joined by Dr. Demetrius Christoforou, the president of the Greek Orthodox community of Wellington, representing his communities, with a member of the Armenian community in attendance as well, as we also speaking on their behalf. This embodies a coalition of the three main peoples whose forebears suffered under the policy of extermination of Christian ethnic minorities in the late Ottoman Empire and at the foundation of the Turkish Republic. So we're speaking broadly 1915 to 1923. And our movement here in Wellington mirrors a similar coalition of Armenians, Assyrians and Greeks over the ditch in Australia. I wish to gratefully recognise Council's decision to rescind its delegation to the Police of Trespass Authority for Ataturk Memorial Park. It was a great relief to be able to attend the Anzac Day service there last year, knowing I was free to protest and joined by individual members of the Greek and Armenian communities. Since I last spoke to Council, I have become aware of the engagement with Council over a number of years by the Armenian and Assyrian communities seeking memorials to the sufferings of their people. In brief, the outcome of this process is that the Assyrians have a memorial located at Makara Cemetery, a condition of which was that the word genocide not be used to refer to the events of 1915, and last night a member of the Assyrian community sent me this email from Council back in 19 where he's informed we have been advised that the word genocide should be avoided. It would be interesting to follow the trail and find by whom we, the Council, were advised of that, because this does seem to indicate that a policy decision has been made somewhere along the line in the depths of Council that effectively does the bidding of the Turkish government and its policy of genocide denial. So just put that out there. So the Assyrian community conceded, and they've got their memorial there that uses the word atrocities instead. But when presented by Council staff with the same compromise that the word genocide would not be permitted, the Armenians felt that this concession was too great, that they were actually denying the suffering of their tipuna, and so eventually discontinued their negotiations with Council for the erection of an Armenian monument on Council land.
Tēnā koutou katoa, kalimera, yasas, good day to you. Along with the cause of genocide recognition, there remain the memorials to and the mythologizing of Mustafa Kemal Ataturk that are inherent to the cultural narrative of Anzac Day commemorations. Yes, Mustafa Kemal was the defender of Gallipoli and the founder of the modern Turkish Republic, but the fact remains that the seed of Turkish nationalism that he harvested was watered with the blood of Armenian, Greek, and Assyrian citizens of the Ottoman Empire who had inhabited their ancestral lands for hundreds, if not thousands of years before the nomadic Turkish people conquered, settled at the end of the 11th century, finally ransacking Constantinople in 1453. The wounds of the descendants of the Armenian, Greek, and Assyrian survivors of this mass murder and ethnic cleansing are still open, and wounds into which salt is rubbed by the existence of memorials to Ataturk on Rangitatau Reserve and at Pukeahu National Memorial. Furthermore, the example that Ataturk set of a military strongman who sought to create an independent, unified, ethnically homogeneous Turkish state was the envy of the nascent fascist movements of the 1920s in Germany and Italy. None other than Adolf Hitler said, Ataturk was the teacher, Mussolini his first student, and I his second. Hitler kept a bust of the Ataturk leader, which he referred to as his cherished possession. And here in Wellington, we have a bust of Ataturk at Rangitatau Reserve, to which we pay homage every year on Anzac Day. History is complex and messy, isn't it? Especially when skeletons are brought out of the closet. Let us now share some words from a newspaper article written here in Aotearoa in 1921. Although they have a contemporary ring to them, they were first published under the title Business is Business.
For many years, the Armenian people have been murdered by the Turks, but the great powers watch idly. And England also watches, because the land of Mesopotamia possesses oil. There is a large English force there, and money is spent to guard the oil wells. But there are no English soldiers to guard Armenia, because there is no oil and no money there. Oil is more important than people.
It may interest you to learn that these words were not originally in English. Here they are as they were first written.
Ka maha ngā tau I kōhurutia, ai e te turaka te iwi o Armenia he oi kei te mātakitaki kau ngā mana nunui, me ingarangi kei te mātakitaki anō. I te mea, he whenua whai hunu a, me hapatamia, he ope nui tā ingarangi kei reira, kei te whakapaua te moni hei tiaki I ngā poka hinu o ti rā, ka hore he hoia a ingarangi kei te tiaki I Armenia, ka hore hoki he hinu he moni o reira. Nui ke ake te hinu I te tangata.
These words appeared in May 1921 in the Maori language newspaper Te Kopara. This is not surprising. The horrific atrocities suffered by the indigenous Christian minorities of the Ottoman Empire made front page news in English language newspapers in Aotearoa. It is only to be expected that Maori were not only equally aware of these events, but that they viewed them from their own experience as the subject minority indigenous people of an imperial power. The Second World War is closely associated with the Holocaust of the Jews. In the same way, the First World War needs to be associated with the genocide and ethnic cleansing of the indigenous Christian populations of Asia Minor, with the Anzac soldiers being witnesses to these gruesome acts as reported in letters home and in the newspapers of the time. Germany offers a shining example to Turkey of how to handle a huge crime committed in the past and how to repent for it. Yet the Turks steadfastly persist in their denial, not only refusing to show any remorse, but even blaming the victims. They have forbidden their own academics and their citizens in general from admitting to the genocide by passing laws criminalizing any form of genocide recognition with severe penalties.
The New Zealand government continues shamefully to allow itself to be blackmailed by Turkey into refusing to recognise the Ottoman Turkish genocides, as does the federal government of Australia. However, 3 Australian states do recognise the genocide: New South Wales, South Australia and Tasmania. Might Wellington City Council have the moral courage to take a similar stand? E te kaunihera o Pōneke, this issue isn't going away. The question that we place before you is where and with whom are you going to stand? And also, some councillors have privately expressed support for this kaupapa, but I'm wondering if there's, I know you're all very busy, but if there's someone in particular who might want to be a champion on council for this cause. Tēnā koutou, kia ora.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Really appreciate you coming in, Richard and Dr. Demetrius. Unfortunately, we've run out of time for Pātai, but we really appreciate you coming in to talk to us today. And I'm sure members of the committee can get in touch through an email that you've communicated with DEM Services.
Absolutely.
Cheers. Thank you. Very interesting. No mai Deepak near to come and talk to us about 3.2 advisory group report back. You know the drill. You've got 10 minutes, and if you'd like to leave some space in there for Pātai, that would be.
Kia ora, ko Deepak Nair Tokangua. Page 7 of the agenda document proposes 3 options going forward. Number 1, retaining the status quo. Number 2, further exploration. And number 3, adding an advisory group. I would read to you now an email that was sent by Ray to Rachel G., who was the president of Multicultural Council, Wellington. It says, we had a meeting of this morning, and Deepak Nair spoke requesting a focus group to be formed to consider issues that his group faces. We suggested that he join the Multicultural Council, and he said he applied 7 months ago, but he hasn't heard back. He said the Multicultural Council is a closed group, so how does one go about joining? This email was sent on February the 2nd, 2023, which was 14 months ago, and I'm still waiting for a reply. Multicultural Council, Wellington, is a good organization. They help with representation and social cohesion, but they seldom contribute towards policies like long-term plan or other council projects. They are clearly not transparent. If a university graduate like me can't get into this club, what chance does a recent refugee or a foreign student stand? This paper also talks about autonomy and self-determination, which seems to be missing to be applicable in the current advisory groups. In case of other interest groups, we wouldn't want one organization sitting outside the local government to make decisions about a whole community. I also believe that intersectionality can truly be obtained in a structured, non-quasi-governmental environment. Option 2 that was proposed was further exploration. I am a huge fan of democracy. I think citizen assembly is a good idea, and I'm glad that it worked for long-term process. But the question that we need to ask is it the right time? Do we even have the basic cultural knowledge to cater to 131 different ethnic groups that reside in Wellington? We do have an established structure that supports different groups. Accessibility Advisory Group, Environmental Reference Group, Pacifica Advisory Group, Takatapui and Rainbow Coalition, Committee. And Youth Council proves that such important groups are imperative for a flourishing Wellington. We wouldn't want to rip all of that systemic knowledge away and start with a new system that worked for one singular issue of LTP and try to apply it to all diverse issues that ethnic communities face, or other communities like Rainbow Whānau, or the disabled community faces. Whenever I walk past the railway station and see that beautiful wheelchair ramp, it instills in me more confidence that we need advisory groups. There was also a cost that was attached to the paper. I might be wrong on some numbers. If I am, please do correct me, but singular person for the Citizen Assembly was remunerated for $800, excluding childcare costs. I presume if you take 10 people on an average, that would be about $8,000. Accessibility group will cost us 13,000, so 8,000 so that's about 5,000 savings, but that doesn't include the time it will take and all the energy and all the structure that would need. So it would probably cost more. Yes, there is no groundswell demand for an advisory panel, but I blame that on the apathy of the population. Ethnic people don't engage with political processes as much because they aren't even aware of the basic needs in most cases due to multiple systemic and cultural reasons. Ethnic advisory group could encourage ethnic population in and understanding of democratic processes, just like youth council does for youth community. Adding an advisory group is the third option. I raised a petition last year to establish it, but was rejected. And Nuruddin has been fighting for the same cause, and I really appreciate and I express my gratitude, not just towards him, but also towards other councillors who have been supporting the Skopapa. At the end of the day, it will cost us $13,000, but rest easy thinking that you have empowered the voiceless. It is about systemic justice. As they say, justice delayed is justice denied. Thank you, councillors, officers, and democracy team for the work you do for this beautiful city and Wellingtonians. Any questions?
Thank you, Deepak. We have the first partai from Councillor Calvert.
Thank you.
Hey, Dan.
Hey. So the council has about 400 different types of services. What benefit do you think having an ethnic advisory group will have on council being able to deliver its services better for the people of Wellington, including the ethnic groups?
I would think about policy-wise. This is more about voice, I think. What council does in most ways is communicated efficiently, relatively speaking. But it's about, for example, knowing about Citizens Advisory Bureau, for that matter. People don't really know what they do. Establishing different cultural programs, for that matter, who deserves what, who gets to arrange those, who gets invited, and obviously when it comes to big plans like Let's Get Wellington Moving, Trout District Plan, giving their voices.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Councillor Chung.
Thank you very much, Deepak. And yes, I recall discussing with you about joining the MCC. I'm absolutely believer in total democracy, that we actually need to have this in Wellington, that we need to have any groups represented. So, but looking at the best way of doing this, do you think that having different advisory groups for every different segment or every different ethnicity is going to be effective? And I'm wondering how we're going to handle that from the council point of view.
I guess having a system with a hierarchy, so getting everybody in the group, just following democratic processes, do elections, do selections, put the word out. And obviously representing 131 ethnic groups would be near impossible, so that is not really what I'm asking for. It's just about equity, just knowing that it is happening, just like I can walk into any advisory group meetings and I don't really have to have any agenda. Just sit there and see what's being talked on my behalf. I think those are the kind of the ways. That's why I think it needs to be coming from the City Council.
Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora, Deepak. I'm just wondering, what you've heard about the concerns of the existing advisory groups, about the way it functions, and if you have any sort of concerns about establishing an advisory group and then moving to a new system maybe relatively quickly.
Yeah, so I guess there were issues about people, too much expectations, which is fair because one individual cannot be asked to represent the whole population. But I think it's teething issues if that. Some groups are relatively new. So I think if we just keep working on it would be a good option other than going outside and doing citizens assembly. One, we don't know how successful that's going to go, and actually it needs to happen at some point, but I think it should be complementary to the current process that we have. Definitely not ripping out the current system is probably a good option, I think.
One final partai from Councillor Brown.
Thanks. Based on what you've just said, and also in the written sort of previous comments to us, it seems to me to be an absolute no-brainer that we should go ahead with this. But I don't really understand. Do you understand why our officers aren't as supportive as you are? What are the reservations, and do you understand their concerns?
Councillor, apologies, Deepak, we will just try to avoid discussing the officers themselves. You can kind of talk about the arguments against, but
sorry, the arguments against. Yeah.
So I guess I understand your question. There is no appetite towards council because there's no apparent demand from the community, but there's no apparent demand in the community because people are not generally aware. And I think there is a whole lot of improvement that can happen that can positively reflect. It's just that the issue is not in the front and center. That's why everybody's just happy with the status quo. I'm not, and I've been doing this for about 4 years now. I'm not going to stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
No Mai Karuna Muthu. Welcome, Karuna. It's nice to see you again. We have allocated 10 minutes to your time, and if you'd like to leave any space in there for partai, that would be appreciated.
Wanakam, kia ora, good morning, Madam Chair, Mayor and councillors. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to stand in front of you, but let me actually ask you before I outline why the council should have an ethnic advisory group. How many of you councillors know the numbers of ethnic people in Wellington City, including the mayor? How many of you know, roughly, even by 2018 figures? Councillor Pennant.
Yeah, unfortunately, members can't be asked questions.
Well, obviously, either you are ignorant of it or you don't have to know about it. I can give you the census figures from 2018. European, 150,198. Maori, 17,409. Pacific, 10,392. Asian and other group put together, 48,158. Just tell me, how fair is it for me to see one Abdul Rahman there sitting? Why we don't have more? And why it took so many councils and mayors and councillors for us to even talk about this? And when I actually looked at it, the budget for it is $13,000, and we are reduced to just being worth $13,000? 48,000 of us. And an economic survey done by Stats and Waitakere Indian Association in 2019 found that my community alone contributed close to $10 billion to the New Zealand GDP. And I'm sure that'll be proportionate here in Wellington City Council as well. And we are the bridge to the future. We are the bridge to the prosperity of this city where we need to be in the markets. And we are the bridge to the culture and vitality of this city. But we don't have a say. Why? Because we don't matter. But that has to change. I did ask our mayor, would she support the ethnic communities to have a say in the process and decision-making of the council? And she kindly and graciously said yes. And I appreciate that, Mayor. And I'm sure all of you councillors would agree with that as well. But I am spending my time standing here representing a coalition of ethnic communities. I think you might have received a letter from us numbering about 11 or 12 communities, and more are joining. And we don't have a say. And we are fighting for $13,000 out of $900 million budget you have. And it is a collective insult to our communities. So there shouldn't be any discussion about whether we should or should not establish an ethnic advisory group. You use the same modality that you use for other ethnic or other groups that you have established, and establish an ethnic advisory group, because you are going to be richer by doing that. Why? We would be the bridge. We would be your strength. It is incumbent upon you as a council to establish the EAG. There shouldn't be any question about whether the community needs or not. As the young man just spoke to you, one particular organization cannot be consulted and said that, oh, the ethnic community decided not to have an EAG. No, it is incumbent upon you as a council to establish the EAG, create the bridge, encourage the ethnic community to take part in the democratic process and be part of the future of this wonderful city that we all call our city. And if you want to really move forward to the future, stop wasting taxpayer money talking about whether or not we should have this, and send out the officials to talk to who? Of course, Madam Chair, we don't want to talk about the officers, but I tell you, the process itself has no transparency, lacks legitimacy, and we need to really look at it as well. Who did they talk to? When did they talk to? And where was that recorded? What was that actually happened, and how did they actually do that with other advisory groups? Is that what the modality they followed? It is, again, let me restate, a collective insult to our ethnic communities to even discuss this. I would like to stop there, and I have, just after going through the Official Information Act request, received a PowerPoint presentation, slide number 12, please look at it. Next slide for use if required. And slide number 13, bringing conversation and democracy alive. Now, that encapsulates what the council officials are doing. Next slide for use if required says bringing conversation to the ethnic community and democracy alive. Shame on all of you. Shame on the council. I implore all of you to be realistic, be democratic and practical, and take action. That ends my presentation. Thank you, councillors and mayor and everyone else.
Thank you, Karuna. We have a pātai from Pauiwi, Liz Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Thank you for taking the time to come in and to express how you feel. The question that I have of you is, what would you say to the previous speaker, previous submitter, who talked about no apparent demand in the ethnic community to have an advisory committee?
Perhaps you misunderstood, councillor. By the way, it is not my feeling. It is my feedback from the community, Coalition of Ethnic Communities. My feeling is irrelevant. What do you want? The answer to that question is, the Coalition of Ethnic Communities feel that we do have to have an ethnic advisory group.
I heard
and the
you say that.
previous speaker did not say they didn't want it.
I heard you say that. What he said was there is no apparent demand. That what the officers have said, there is no apparent demand. What I'm asking you is, what is your answer to that question?
There's no apparent demand.
Because you've quoted a lot of numbers here.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
But
Councillor, you are there thanks to previous minister in Labour Party, Labour government. You know, that is the reason. You know, it is incumbent upon you to establish.
Karuna, I'll just ask you to pause for a second there.
The council's recommendation of 2012.
Karuna, can we just pause for a second there? I think we need to just take a minute. we have understanding orders that we must use respectful language for one another, and that is important for democracy for both members at the table and public engaging. So I'll just ask that we take our language down a level, and we don't interrupt each other. We ask a question and then you can answer it, but we don't interrupt each other.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are invisible, we are unheard, and that is because of successive governments and councils and mayors and their policies. Let's go back to the Local Government Act 2002 and the Wellington City Council recommendation of 2012 and see why we should have the Ethnic Advisory Group. There is no appetite, is not a reason not to have a bridge for a majority of the city. It is the second largest grouping in the city with 48,000 people and growing. And we contribute socially, culturally, and economically. And we are here we are, having this discussion for $13,000 out of $900 million budget. Let me state again, it is a collective insult to ethnic communities.
Thank you, Karuna. We have one quick last partai from Councillor Chung.
Thank you very much, Karuna. Just one question. Do you think that this group is getting enough attention or getting enough recognition from current councillors? Like, are we attentive enough to your concerns?
The Coalition of Ethnic Communities actually formed recently. That is one part, and they are very keen to have the ears of the councillors. And thank you, Councillor Chung, and you have been approached, so as Tony Randall and also Abdurrahman and so on, and John Apanovich, and I really thank you for your time and communication with us. Now, EAG, one of the benefits would be to formalize that kind of two-way communication. And that is exactly what we are looking for, so that we can have a say in the decision-making process of this council that is going to affect us in all aspects of our lives.
Thank you, Karuna. We have just come to the end of your time. Thank you for coming in to speak to us today.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Noma Ravine, to come up for public participation. Kia ora, Ravine. We have 5 minutes for you to speak if you'd like to leave any time in there for questions.
So 10 minutes. Right, I'll try to do that. Enga mana, enga rio, enga rao, rangatira ma, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Greetings to all of you, my fellow brothers, sisters, my fellow council members. Ata mare, wanakam to all of you. Thank you for giving this opportunity here. I'm making this presentation as one of the active ethnic community leader in Wellington for the past 15 years. As the immediate past president of Multicultural Council of Wellington, the current president of Aotearoa New Zealand Federation of Tamil Sangams, and the current vice president of Wellington Muttamil Sangam. Wellington Muttamil Sangam itself is a small organization, but a thriving Tamil community that is shining in New Zealand. Through my community work, I've built, maintained, and strengthened my relationship with most of you people here. Though my community collaborative approach, I've also built trust and respect with other ethnic community organizations and government agencies. This presentation is further to my work with Wellington City Council over the past 10 years in facilitating the establishment of Ethnic Community Advisory Group. In 2016, I was part of the multicultural community group presented on the same proposal. Today, after 10 years, I'm here again in a very soft manner that this will go through by all of your considerations. It is disheartening that more than 10 years since the proposal was first canvassed with the council, it is not still in a pending situation. I'm not too sure about the optic of this by virtue of the fact this proposal was mooted for more than 10 years ago, with other special interest groups have been established except the advisory group for ethnic communities, the fastest growing population in Wellington. More so, I would like to point out the lack of transparency and consultation. Even I had a discussion this morning with my fellow members from MCW. There were no a consultation or further discussion took place on this matter. So I'm quite concerned. How are we addressing this to the wider public, and how do we bring people together to consider in establishing the advisory community group? I do hope the council and its officers will review the policy and processes, making sure they have a robust community engagement and consultation strategy that will win back the trust of the ethnic community. We may have 400 different services that the council has have established, but there is still lack of barrier. If there's no cultural barrier understanding, then the 400 services that we are offering may collapse, just like March 15, what happened. So we are talking in the point of cultural perspective, heritage, and bringing people together. The richness and cultural diversity of Wellington is not a burden as presented in the report. The ethnic population is growing in numbers. We need to invest in the city that promises vibrant diversity by including every ethnic community on the board proactively. This is my wish and my dream, to see that we come together and get this sorted out. I will recommend the committee to consider following options of the meeting. Promptly establish an advisory group by 1st of October. Work with the wider ethnic community to agree the terms of reference, recruitment process, and resourcing. The council officers to take time to understudy both Auckland and Christchurch council efficiency, effectiveness, and report back with the recommendation by June 30th. These are, I'm putting forward my thoughts positively. In conclusion, I would like to quickly outline the socio-economic and cultural benefit of establishing ECA, the Ethnic Committee Advisory Group, that the Council report failed to canvass. We can go on speaking about what we want to achieve, but in short, I want to share a quote to all of you in Tamil that was shared 3,000 years ago by a great poet, Kanyan Pukondanar. Yadum ure yavarum kelir. All places in the universe is our place. All citizens in this universe are our friends and relations, brothers and sisters. So we want to see a strong city, a thriving city, by including everybody. You have all the processes. There's no time to reinvent another process. Use the facilities, the system that you have established, and see how we can establish the advisory council as an independent body, communicating, transparency, like what Deepak have said, bring all the people together. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Raveen. Perfect timing. We don't have any further time for...
And also, I would like to say, if you give me 10 minutes, I'll give back 1 minute profit to the council. If you give an ounce to a Tamilian will give you a pound back to you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. No, my Nick to come and speak to us on 3.2 Advisory Group Report Back. We have allocated 5 minutes for you to speak today.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to come and speak today. I really wanted to take the opportunity to come and speak in support of ethnic communities which have joined today for this proposal. Many around the table today will know that I have spent a year both chairing and also participating in the Accessibility Advisory Group, which I'm not sure most will know that it is the longest standing advisory group in many forms, formed in 1996. While the advisory group model may not be perfect, it is the group model that we have today. Some will say that, and I perhaps am on record in the last little while as saying that it is not perfect, but it is the model that we have today. I just really wanted to come today to speak in support of the ethnic community in their request for a representative voice model in this council. They clearly have spoken strongly today. I just witnessed that, and their voice was quite strong in difference to the paper, and we heard that. And I think it is incumbent upon council to listen to the communities when they ask for their voice to be heard in council. In my case, the disability community needs to have a voice mechanism which is appropriate for that community. At the moment, we have the advisory group model, and that's the model that we have. So I'm here to speak, like I said, in support of this motion that's been put forward, and also in support of the ethnic communities and their call for an appropriate voice mechanism around council. I have made some comments around the advisory group model, but we have looked at that model 3 times over the years, and we still have it here. We have not chosen to change that model radically. So if it's not broken substantially, then why change it fundamentally? And we should also be supporting the communities that are here today in numbers, asking for their voice to be heard. There's also some talk within the paper about how it costs a huge amount of money to support an advisory group. Now, $13,000 to support an advisory group plus officer support. Now, in our case at AAG, we have significant officer support, and I thank our officers for the support that they give. It is wonderful, and it is hugely thanked for the support that they give. I'm assuming that there will be officer support as well for the ethnic advisory group. That's really all I wanted to say in terms of the words that I give. I'm happy to answer questions if there are any questions. Otherwise, I'm happy to yield my time back to the ethnic community who is here, as I said, in huge numbers. But
Kia ora, Nick.
thank you.
Thank you. We do have quite a few partai. Paui Wihohaia first.
Kia ora, Nick. Thank you for that. Just one question. The paper talks about the idea of a citizens' assembly, and mentions that it's exploring options, particularly in the light of that new aspect. Do you have a view on that and what that might bring to a kind of reimagined platform, if you like?
I was involved in council processes when the Citizens Assembly was envisaged and was used. I'm not entirely certain that the voices that needed to be heard were heard, but we certainly weren't involved in the design or the execution of that from an AAG perspective. But I would certainly strongly encourage for the continuation of the advisory group model, or a model that the community wants to have in terms of the voice mechanism. I think the voice mechanism is crucial, and I think that council needs to listen to the communities and what voice mechanism the communities find most appropriate.
Kia ora, thank you, Nick. Unfortunately, we have run out of time for questions, but thank you for coming and speak to us this morning.
Thank you.
No, my Claire Bibley to come and talk to us about 3.3 animal bylaw, dog policy and domestic animal policy.
Kia ora everyone. Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to speak today. My name's Claire Bibby and I'm President of the Glenside Residents Association, and I'm speaking in support of the substantive, I think, that the Alice Ash and her team have put forward for future discussion for no dogs on Glenside Reserve. However, I think it's useful just to have a quick chat to explain the situation. So on your slide there, you'll see the Glenside Reserve, which the large parcel of land to the south of Westchester Drive was bought by council in about 1951 as a reserve, and on the north side, on the other side of the road, that was set aside as reserve in 1936 as a result of our 1934 housing as a result of our housing development, which was Glenside Village. Now, when council bought that land, although it was intended as a reserve, it's never been properly used as one, because it was used for grazing, local farmers, and then between 1961 and 1980, 2009, they used it for a sewage treatment plant, and people weren't allowed to go there because there was land dispersal of sewage over the land. And then when that ended, it was leased for grazing to the Newlands Riding Club, and they've been there ever since. And when I moved to Glenside, you couldn't access any of that land. There were no trespassing signs, private lands, and everything was locked. But we've been working very closely with council to restore the historic halfway house, which was opened in 2017, and to get tracks in there that are family friendly for people to use, walking tracks. But the grazing land is still kept separate. So we've made it open and accessible to the public and to dogs on leash. However, we're asking for the future for this to be a no dogs area, because the public can't access. It's locked for security and safety reasons. But I've been doing bird counts down there with the New Zealand Bird Atlas since 2016, and with the Backyard Birds project that's done every year. And there's a lot of ground nesting and birds that use that reserve. So on the top you'll see the harrier hawk. There's 3 harrier hawks in there, and there's one area where they constantly land. I think that's their nesting site. The grass area is all used by the paradise ducks, and they also come into the halfway house. Pūkekos pretty much use all that grassed area as well, and the plovers are up on the hills. The ducks, there's a pond there and there's streams, they nest there. And then you've got quail that pretty much use the whole area, the dogs and no dogs area. Kingfishers along the streams, and the kaka, it comes in, but I think it's pretty much happy with those big trees next to the adjacent property. That's where it's flying from. And then you've got the swallows. So those birds are all there because there's no dogs in the reserve. They aren't on that other area, except for the ones that fly over and for the quail who hunker down in the low grasses. So if you bring dogs in, you're going to lose that. And I'll show you some research there. We don't need to do research on this. Internationally, it's all over the place and in New Zealand. But just dogs walking will have a 41% reduction in birds. People will be less than half that. But dogs are a huge threat to birds. The other thing is that birds disperse our native seed. So when they ingest native seed, they drop it everywhere and it regenerates. Some of them can only be done through birds like pigeons. There's only one tree, I think, that only the pigeon can eat that berry and disperse it. So this is why our areas where we have our birds to be free and to breed and to disperse their own populations is really important. I actually put that, there's a link to some data too on the faeces in our report that we did to council on this, which says that, I'll just read this out to you, it's a link to it through the written submission. International research in UK and US says that dog faeces contains E. coli, Giardia, parvo, tapeworms, roundworms, salmonella, coccidia, Campylobacter, and lingers in the soil for years, and when it washes into waterways it's a significant contaminant, and dog fat and faeces is ingested by fish and gets into the human food chain. So I think that what I'm saying is that the bird faeces, which has native seeds in it, is a lot better than the dog faeces. So anyway, that's where we're heading, and we've got support from, we've learned some lessons from the submission process, because we did ask for it to be a prohibited dog area, and as a result of that, there's now a stronger relationship, I understand, between our Parks and Reserves team and the people who work in that dog and animal bylaw, which it didn't exist before. So we're quite grateful that, although we didn't get it as a dog prohibited area, the amendment would enable discussions to be held in future that may enable that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. We have a party from Councillor Chung.
Thank you very much, Claire. Can you tell me, are there many dog walkers there currently?
No. No.
There are none at all?
There have been none there until, no dog walkers came in there till 2021 when we opened the first loop track. Where the house is, 2017. There's dogs that people can come in there, but they tend to use the loop track now.
Great, thanks. Can I ask?
Yep, all right.
Okay, just a follow-up question on that. Do you think that there's adequate areas where dog walkers can actually walk around that area?
Yes,
at the
yes,
moment?
there is. It has, I believe, that area around us has the highest number of off-leash areas for dogs, and there are a lot of walking areas all around us. The middle of there's about 2 kilometres along Middleton Road that's all privately owned, and we've been lobbying for a walking track between Glenside and Willowbank for probably 20 years, and there is funding, I believe, for that. It's just about whether it can actually be done. But we are working on that.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Randall.
Thank you, and thank you to your association, the people behind the scenes that are helping improve this whole area. So just to be clear, the area at the top where it doesn't say no dogs, that's been developed with walking tracks by you guys, and dogs can walk through that area?
Yes, they can.
Okay.
We were asked whether we wanted that or not, and it was always in our conversations with Parks and Reserves on the understanding that we were going to be pushing for no dogs in the wider reserve, because we're pushing for family-friendly tracks which are useful for elderly people, less able people and toddlers, and naturally they might have a dog that they would want to walk through there, but the other reserve is a different nature altogether, quite a different style of reserve than those areas with the tracks.
Yes, and lastly, there's also, I guess, one of the advantages of this particular wee spot, apart from the fact that it's at the southern end of a whole rural area, is that there's a stream there. And
stream and a pond.
And a pond. Yeah. And I just wondered if you'd comment a little bit about, the stuff that's in the water as well, and what work you've been doing.
Yeah, we've been doing work with our Kōrau City Council and Mountains to the Sea, looking at the DNA, what's in the water, and doing a baseline of what fish in there and other pests, if there are pests in there. And we're doing some night spotting coming up as part of the council's community engagement and reserves for the fish area. We're also working with the Cornell Bird Laboratory and New Zealand Bird Atlas. He's given us free training in our community to do bird counts, and he's quite keen to support council to do a bird landscape plans. What we find with large reserves and what we found with the halfway house, you actually have to have a plan, otherwise everyone wants to make their mark and it's a disaster. And we learnt that through research in other communities and other cities. So if we have a plan that we work through with the experts like the bird people on what to plant and where to plant it, that will benefit us as well. So in the long-term plan we'll be asking for a landscape plan for the that area so that we can manage the pest plants and the planting. But we can't actually do that. We have to get prepared for what's happening with the future lease because we can't actually access it at the moment easily.
Kia ora. Thank you, Claire.
Thank you very much, Claire.
Appreciate it. Right. Now, members of the committee, we have received late applications to come and talk at our committee, as well as one request that didn't get to the right place because of a technical difficulty. So what I've done to try and accommodate so that people still are able to have their say is 5 minutes each. So first we are hearing from Prem on behalf of the Multicultural Council. Sorry. Wakina. Wakina and then Prem. Is that clear? Apologies, that was not clear.
You want to let him go?
If it's all the same, whatever's... Apologies for the last minute jumbling.
Good morning. Kia ora, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Acknowledgements to Nuruddin, Kamanagara, Kimbleton, and Laurie Foon. How you doing? I'm just a big fan. I'm just a big fan. Also, an ode to all the mahi you guys have been doing recently in transforming Wellington. There's some mammoth movement that's been going on, and it's just important to acknowledge that. In the same light, to all the people that have spoken prior, it's important, and it showcases the significance of this. My name is Wakina Tujuba, and I'm speaking on behalf of adding the advisory group. My focus more or less is on the report that was done. The utter biasness from this report is brain numbing. Anyone that's read it can see this, and Councillor Brown, you said it probably, it's a no-brainer that goes through. And I agree. We're fighting for our voices to be at the table, which I believe is of value for you guys. As when you guys are petitioning for votes, you said, hey, we're going to these ethnic communities. Not doing this is an embarrassment when you go talk to ethnic communities down the line. It is decisions and inputs that allow you to make informed decisions. Going on the report, it has been mangled in with the idea of whether advisory groups are of value. I want to acknowledge these are two separate conversations. Frankly, we can't comment on that because we're not there. What this is giving is climbing the ladder and pulling the ladder up behind you. As soon as someone comes to the table, you go, it is no longer fit for purpose. That is unacceptable. If you are looking for any other forms or methods or schemes that can improve the way we do this, get them on the board and embody a co-design methodology that they're at the table when it's being built, rather than consultation. The other one is the raise of cost being an issue. The absolute audacity. This was
Joaquina, look, I just want to reiterate, as I spoke earlier to another submitter, we have, within standing order, we just need to use respectful language of one another, and I'm conscious when you're talking about the officer's words in the report, they're unable to respond. So I just ask that we take a bit of a step down from the language there.
Okay, I'll try to tame it down. But again, anyone that has read this report can see there's a rhetoric that is at play. Back to my point of costs being a factor, this was not raised when the Rainbow Advisory Group was formed. No other advisory group was cost once a factor to be considered. I'm just going to put that out there, not once. And now, all of a sudden, this is a factor to be considered. I want to give a lot of my time for questions as we can actually shed clarity to the best of our knowledge that goes through, as well as save time that goes through. But the two key points I want to make from this is whether the advisory group mechanism is fit for purpose and whether to build an ethnic advisory group are two different conversations, right? And the other one is for costs to be considered all of a sudden is a bit harsh and does not make sense or democratic. That's my time.
Pātai from Councillor Abdurrahman.
Cool, Warkina. Thank you so much. And my quick question is, some people say that, example, you are a young person and we have a youth group and people have, identity is such a fascinating thing. And if we have a youth, your voice can be heard through that. Why you need ethnic advisory group? What would you say to those people?
Specifically speaking of myself, this is a great question. I was born in Ethiopia and came here at the age of 5 and was raised in New Zealand. So I see both worlds in utter clarity and the disparities, right? So the reason the variance from youth agencies and ethnic agencies is the lack of awareness. This does not reach the ethnic communities. These conversations, these important corridors are not being sorted out because it's just a point of privilege to have time to either digest information in a digital vocab or just the overall time to participate for it. So having these advisory boards is people that have the ability to speak on behalf. So the youth are represented, I don't believe the ethnic communities are.
Thank you, Joaquin. Unfortunately, we've run out of time for questions, but I just wanted to thank you for coming to talk to us today.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that. Now we have Prem on behalf of Multicultural Council. Thank you, Prem. Apologies for the mix-up before. You have 5 minutes to speak to us today.
No, thank you, Chairperson. That's all right. I can take that. First of all, kia ora and greetings to you all. I am Prem, and yes, with a very short notice, we were only told about this yesterday, and I have not come out here with the full preparation to present, but I must endorse what my previous speakers, like Brother Karuna and Ravin Annamale. Ravin Annamale has been our president in the past of the Ethnic Council Wellington. We are now called Multicultural Council. I have been in that body for about 35 years from the formation, and in that journey from that period, how we have got ourselves engaged with the City Council. There was a period when Mr. Chief Executive was Mr. Gary Poole, we were able to establish, and at that time, we were having a regular ethnic forums whereby the City Council, the mayor and the councillors were all part of it, and we had run a number of those ethnic forums whereby we gave our submissions, reports, and in that process we were also able to achieve a desk, a ethnic person in the city council. So this is the history that we had, and I'm a little surprised here that at the moment, as Brother Karuna has given the facts and figures and the stats about the population and what we contribute, and we are also a ratepayers here too. And would love to see that, we are included, and I'm here to support that formation of the Ethnic Advisory Group. I will not take too much of time, and I would not like to go and repeat all the things that the previous speakers have spoken. So I support them, except for one of the person who spoke before Karuna, whereby he was talking a couple of things about multicultural council or ethnic council where he's not aware. Bit surprised. We'll look into that, why he is not in that team. I would like to say that we would like to present a collective team here, not individually. Thank you very much.
Pātai Councillor Abdurrahman.
Thank you, Prem, for that knowledge. And I know you are still part of the Multicultural Council Executive. How much of support is there on top of your personal? You can talk today as a personal, but how much of support is out there in the community for this advisory group to be established? And you had a meeting last night. Was it much support in that meeting?
Yesterday, yes, we had in our executive meeting, we have got 100% support. I have got our secretary present here as well to endorse that. We had 100% support for this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prem. Really appreciate you coming in to talk to us today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, members, for your patience. We just have one more person to talk to us in terms of public participation. Manisha? Manisha and Deepak? No? All good. Alrighty. Okay, well, thank you all for your patience this morning. We will go for morning tea now. I'm going to give us 10 minutes for morning tea, and I will see you back here shortly for tupu kia ora.
Is he browsing? Yeah, that's it.
No mai Andrea Karipa and Kara ki te hora I te kōrero. Please welcome Andrea Karipa and Kara to come forward and introduce the report. Councillor Brown. Tēnā koutou ki te rangatira I te kara tēnei au e he mihi ana ki a koe me tō kaha ki te tautoko nā tini kaupapa o te kai kaunahira. Mā pango, mā whero, ka oti ai te mahi. Nō reira, e te rangatira, kei te mihi, kei te mihi, kei te mihi. Kia ora atamari e kara in particular, and I just wanted to formally acknowledge you and the many hats you wear and your contributions that you've brought to projects throughout Konehira o Ponaki and the Wellington City Council. We are incredibly thankful for your leadership. I will now no mai to Andrea Karipa and Kara to introduce the Tupaki Aora Māori report.
Kia ora, councillors, Chair. We'll take the papers as read. There's 3 key points in there that we can just quickly go over for you. Essentially, this is the first of the reports, and in doing so, we've had to create a bit of a framework, which we showed you recently. The framework is there for you with the data in it as it is. We've created the indicators, but obviously, being only 12 months down, it's kind of new in terms of building on the data that we have. These things are going to be long-term things, and so while we can see small shifts at the moment, the pool of data we have is very small, and thus the change you're seeing today from baseline data isn't really humongous at the moment, but we'll get there. We'll get there if we hold the kind of course for a little bit. The second is we've had to build a lot of capability in order to implement the things that you've put into Tupaki Ora. We're doing that, we're well on the way, and that includes us at this table as well as our partners, which is great to have them here today. And I guess the third and final thing in terms of all of the work in here is we're changing the way we're kind of done things, and that change is going to take some time to sort of embed and settle down, but it is working, and in these initial signs it's working. So I'll hand to my 2 colleagues and we'll dive and then take any questions you have.
I just wanted to emphasise a couple of those points. So really the 2 things we want you to take away from this is, firstly, the strategy's actions are well underway. So examples of mahi span Tupaki Ora's 4 focus areas or paihikinga. They span different functions of council, and our communities and visitors get to see, experience and benefit from that mahi in a variety of ways. And the second thing, just to emphasise Karipa's point, it shows we can deliver it in a really well integrated way. That's been the key shift for us this year. So as he said, we refer to it in the report as an enterprise-wide approach. I know that's largely an operational matter, but we wanted to share this shift with you because it speaks to the changes we need to make to set ourselves up well to navigate through the pressures of any long-term vision. Cost pressures, shifting political winds, competing priorities, working across silos, etc. We've worked to align Tupaki Ora at all levels, from the LTP to considering every strategy, action plan and work program. We're looking for those actions that seek the similar or same objectives and outcomes, and we're pulling on those to set some realistic targets achieved through baseline funding on an annual basis, and we're working really hard to deliver that in a more joined up way within council. We think we can do it even better next year with whatever conditions our waka might face. So as Karipa said, our aim is really to use those navigating skills we've developed this year, stay the course and make year 2 another productive and system shifting year. Kia ora, I'll pass to you, Rangatira.
Rangatira. Well, tēnei nā te mihi atu ki a koutou katoa, o te anō rā ki a koe te tia mano tēnei. Kōmiti nei rā nā te mihi atu rā ki a koe, Terry. O te anō rā ki a koe te hine matua. o tō tātou nei kaunihera, o tō tātou nei takiwā nei, o pōneke, nei rā te mihi atu kia koe. Ki ngā pauiwi, o te atiawa taranaki whānui Ngāti Toa, ka rere atu rā ngā mihi atu kia kōruatahi, me o koutou nei mahi, me o koutou nei ngana ki te pupuri ai ngā kaupapa o tātou. O tātou o taranaki whānui, o te atiawa o Ngāti Toa, o ngai Māori katoa, ka rere atu rā ngā mihi kia kōruatahi. O te anō rā kia koutou ngā kai kaunihera o pōneke, me o koutou nei mahi, me o koutou nei ngana, me o koutou nei kaha, ki te pupuri ngā kaupapa katoa o tātou e noho ki konei, ka rere atu rā ngā mihi kia koutou katoa. Kia ora everyone, and thank you for this time and acknowledgements to everyone for your work, your tireless work as councillors, as mayor, as our pauiwi, advancing kaupapa on various fronts. It's a thankless task, and I know that with all these things, there are ups and there are downs and there are sideways and byways and all sorts of things. But I guess the main thing and the main reason why that I'm here today is to support the kaupapa, support the work that your team, our team here at Wellington City Council has been advancing over this period of a year and delivering on the strategy, but also the work beforehand and actually preparing the strategy. I think it is the first time that this council has developed a strategy as meaningful as this, provided resources for it, and now we're actually seeing the fruits of that labour. And I know that as a council, there are a whole bunch of priorities that you need to look at, from pipes to roads to houses and all those sorts of other things. But actually, the relationship with your treaty partners, our reo, our tikanga, all of these things which are embedded in the culture and the fabric of our place are a significant po, and a po that we must uphold forever. And we're here as your mana whenua partners to support and advance those aspirations, and we are thankful that you as a council are continuing to lean into those things. And I saw, the release that was made last week with regards to the Māori wards, again, leaning into these things, and we are here to support you as council in leaning into those things. And I guess the main message from us is, regardless of what happens in those spaces, whatever happens, we're not leaving. We're never leaving, and I think this is our city. We are wholly 100% committed to it. Our people, our bones are here, your bones are here, and we're all in the city together. And all I have to say is that the main guiding principle for us is te kahu o te raukura, which is about love, it's about honour, it's about integrity, and acting with humility. So I come to you with humility, I come to you with thanks, and I look forward to seeing the implementation of the strategy into the next year. And I also look forward to reaching out to all of the councillors individually and having a cup of tea or a cup of coffee over a scone or something like that. So, nei rā nā te mihi atu kia koutou katoa, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Each of you for the kupu that you've brought to our table this morning. It's really lovely to be here at this point. He pātai me utu ai mua e te tau patu I have Pauiwi Hohaia first on the list.
Kia ora tātou. Just in keeping with that humility theme, there's a saying in te ao Māori, e kore te kumara e kōrero mō tōna ake reka. The kumara does not speak of its own sweetness, but I actually want to ask, because I feel we are being a bit humble around some of the achievements in Tupiki Ora, around the presence of te reo Māori in our city. I mean, I personally have attended a couple of events in the last couple of weeks, and last year there was the Kura Reo. And I know, Karepa, you've been quite instrumental in that. Could you perhaps tell us a bit more about what you think we've achieved in te reo Māori, promoting te reo Māori in our city?
Yeah, I think when I arrived at Wellington City, we were welcomed with an organisation who was really aspirational in getting our language out there into our spaces. So the work was already done. That was due to the council at the time, who was advocating for that kind of thing within our organisation. So a lot of work there. The work that we've done over the last couple of years has really been ensuring that that's been done with quality and done at the depths it should be in. So we've seen the likes of bilingual signage really step up in a lot of our spaces out there in the community, be it our new libraries that we've opened over the last couple of years, be it the pools and other facilities that we've upgraded over the last couple of years as well. You're seeing that in parks and spaces like that as well, even recently with the likes of Frank Kitts, but further back into the likes of Pukehuia and Newlands. And so we're doing it a lot in everyday work. You're seeing the likes of our DEM services team who have supported our chairs and mayors over the last little while to ensure that Te Reo Māori is also present in the council and committee meetings. So we've seen it a lot in a lot of different spaces. Obviously, there's the big pillars, as Holden, you've just mentioned, around Te Pia Reo, Te Reo, Te Kura Reo, in a full immersion week-long, which our mayor, our pauiwi and some of our past councillors also participated in. Those are good achievements that our iwi have signalled to us has been a long aspiration to return their language to their whenua, to the land which they walk on, and so we've been working a long time. 2 years ago was the 50 years of the Māori Language Petition, and with our mana whenua partners we held a celebration which has been reoccurring each year as well at the time of the petition in September around Māori Language Week. So those things have been happening, and I'm sure we'll continue to do more with our iwi partners as time goes on.
Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you. Colleagues, any further pātai? Councillor Randall.
Thank you. So the report notes that there's a high risk around the possibility of failing to implement the policy direction. And I was just wondering if you could comment a little bit, given it's high risk, what barriers you still see in front of you that would stop you moving forward on the strategy, and whether those barriers are sort of in the control of the council that you see, or are they barriers that are maybe out of control we've got to keep an eye on?
Might just start us off and you can carry on if you like. So we're referring there to what we had approved in the last Audit and Risk Committee, I think November last year. So we agreed that Tupu Ki Ora is a key pillar, a key strategy for council, and so in keeping with that, we also wanted to uphold a strategic risk profile which reflected what if we don't deliver on it. And we recognise that, as I referred to, there are many pressures across any long-term vision that can arise at any one time, and I think we assessed the risk at that stage as a high risk, but we also noted there were a number of mitigating factors, such as the way we are working, the opportunity we have within our operating framework to get things done, that mitigates a lot of that brings our current risk rating down to a more medium setting. I can't remember the right term, but the risk, inherent risk, but it has come down due to how we are mitigating and operating things internally. I don't know if you want to add in terms of other pressures.
I just, to reinforce that, what Andrew has shared with you all, when we launched Tupu Ki Ora, when you endorsed it and signed it off, we were the first council outside of Auckland that had set up a deliberate Māori wellbeing strategy, and so Auckland is legislated to do that through theirs, and we weren't, and we decided as a council that that's what we would do. So the risk has always been high since then, because we've been kind of budding the trend of what other councils are doing in terms of setting out a new pathway that is going to ensure the wellbeing of Māori inside our community. As it is now, we've got a number of councils around the country who have followed, and so the risk is obviously lower now, but at that time, charting this course was kind of unknown for us, and so hence why I think the risk has been high. In terms of the paper and an endorsement of the approach that we go forward, I think the risk is low in terms of us achieving what we do if we do endorse this today. But of course, there's other factors that might prohibit us from succeeding.
Okay, so look, thank you very much, and I do appreciate the background to that. I'm just, with my Deputy Chair Audit and Risk hat on, it just drew my attention. And I'm sort of reassured. I understand.
Partai Councillor.
So I just wanted to confirm there's no specific barrier, no specific group you think that would, or sorry, not group, but thing that you would say is possibly going to come out of left field and scupper you. It's just that you're on new ground and you're bush bashing, as they say, in this area. So, okay, thank you.
Correct. Nothing out of the ordinary, more so than what's already in the risk profile.
Partai Pauiwi Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kia ora, kara, and welcome. Good to see you again. I'm really excited. I was really excited to see the measuring outcomes that's in the report, and given that that's a catchphrase right now in government circles, it's all about outcomes. My question to you is, what excited me is that you're actually refining a reporting tool that's going to measure these outcomes and identify reliable data. Data sources that you no doubt will be giving to us. When do you think that will be completed and we'll be able to see some sort of data? Because that's really exciting.
So it is really exciting. I'm glad someone else gets excited about that kind of stuff. So we have the framework built. We have a impact and outcome framework built. We have a beautiful dashboard that can share that data in real time once we get some data into it. So that is going to be our focus next year. At the moment, we think we can do that by piggybacking off our annual work program approach. Those are the work programs we can target to collect data, and I think that's a great way to articulate and attribute our actions to those outcomes, which is always the tricky bit with long-term outcomes, is the attribution to the thing we did that made that difference. And that will help us mine what I think is probably a wealth of data that exists within council. We just haven't asked for it yet.
Been able to put it all
together. And obviously we want to do that in a pragmatic way. There's no additional investment we're asking for yet in terms of awesome data. We think we can achieve a lot internally, and with the system we've built, we can also start to pull in some of those more national level data sources. So we're really looking forward to Stats New Zealand's statistics coming out next month, and the residents monitoring survey that the team run here at council is an awesome source of data. There's some of that reflected in this report, so we'll continue to bring in some of that through. So we look forward to a more data presented in next year's report.
And the detail. Thank you, because that's the thing with measurable data. It makes it real. It's the real evidence, ka pai.
Councillor Rogers.
Kia ora. I put my nerd hat on when someone said data, and one of the spaces that I came from was around data privacy, and that got me sort of thinking around the data that we're using. Are we sort of embedding some data sovereignty tools in that sense? And if we are, is there some reflection on how that might be useful for the rest of the organisation beyond just this data?
So our tool has been built absolutely with those principles in mind. I can't speak to them specifically, so other members of the team are more into that detail, but yep, it is absolutely built on those foundations. And yes, there's a number of things we're doing, both in terms of the strategy and foundations we've got in our agreement, the way we're working, plus this data that Laurie, you asked in some of your partai to us, that is shareable with other councils and other organisations, I'm sure.
Kia ora, and also just in response to that, from an iwi perspective, obviously data sovereignty is incredibly important, and particularly those things which are of a sensitive nature. Having sovereignty over those data sets, that knowledge is incredibly important. But also just one of the points that we've stressed and the team have been 100% receptive to is that sharing of that data with us as well. And also asking if there's any opportunity that they're measuring the priorities that we have as well, and so that we're getting the metrics across, not only the things that we are measuring, but what council's measuring as well, and we can start to aggregate things up and therefore inform our collective impact as council, as iwi, in delivering on our responsibilities for our community as a whole. So the more we know, the better we can attribute our resources to delivering the outcomes that we want to achieve. So really focusing on that space as well.
Kia ora, thank you. Colleagues, any further pātai? No. Mā wai te motini e whakataka koutou. Is there a mover? I believe Mayor Whānau is going to move.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you to our officers, but also always cool to have one of our iwi partners at the table as well. So thank you for coming, Kara. All the mahi around our 10-year strategy and Tākai Here is special, and it's something that we can be proud of. It sets us apart from other cities, and I've had first-hand feedback from some of our international counterparts about how wonderful it is. I was asked to speak at a World Summit in Seoul about how we work with Indigenous people, and they were blown away by some of the strategic work that had been put in. A lot of the mayors in China were blown away as well, and I've actually had a mayor from Canada request these strategies as a template to see how they can better engage with, First Peoples, and I think that's really wonderful. Weaving, te ao Māori with all of our decision making is not only beneficial for, of course, tangata whenua, it's a better outcome for our city and all communities. It's a long-term strategy, so there's the big stuff that we have to address, like housing and nature and all that. But there are some short-term wins that I think we can be really proud of. Some of my favourites have been the co-design of Frank Kitts Park, and the opening of Frank Kitts Park, I was able to do my first karanga, and that was because I felt empowered by the work here of council. So thank you again, Karepa. We have some beautiful murals across our city. Internally, and with councillors, we're building capability around Te Reo Māori. There was 284% increase in staff uptake of that, and of course, we had 120 people attend our first kura reo last year, including myself, and it was special. And I think we can all agree having our pauiwi at the table has been, I can't even find the word, it's just incredible to have their wisdom here. So yeah, thank you both, whanaunga. And so a huge thank you to Karepa and your team. You're a humble man, so we will talk you up instead. But your work is special, and I think our relationship with mana whenua over the after the last few years and this year as well is just getting better and better, which again will just be better for our city. But thank you, to make it a bit personal. Thank you for empowering me as the city's first Māori mayor, which in turn will empower our rangatahi, which is essentially the goal for many of us, and for making me feel well supported. I'm very, very passionate about the work that you do. Thank you, and I look forward to continuing this in the long term. Kia ora.
Mā wai te motini e whakataka koutou. Is there mā wai te whakahounga e tautoko. Is there a seconder for the motion? Pauiwi holder.
I'll reserve my right.
Colleagues, Is there any further debate? No? Deputy Mayor Foon.
Kia ora, e mihi ana rangatira kara. Thank you for being here. You're welcome anytime. I know that some of our kōrero is not, up your alley, but yeah, just good for you to be part of hearing it all. And yeah, just want to mihi to the tima Mataaho Aranui for the massive mahi here. And I do actually want to acknowledge Councillor Jill Day while we're here as well, because she, I really was able to be part of walking alongside her as she really pushed in for this mahi to start happening. And so it is right to acknowledge her as we're witnessing the fruits of that coming out today. So just acknowledging what we've heard, but I think, I just actually really loved the report and got really excited when I read it, because I could see it was clear what we were doing, where we were going, and why we were doing it. And it is exciting, Puiwi Liz. I had that same vibe. But I think what I wanted to say that I don't talk about being deputy mayor much, but it is a privilege. And one of the privileges that I get in my role is I get to sit alongside the mayor and some of the kōrero that she gets to have. And sitting at the tākai here hui are one of the biggest privileges that I can go through in my life, I think. So I just want to acknowledge that. And that I am welcome there also. Sorry, getting emo. But I just think that as a council, this work is also a privilege for all of us to be doing. That as a capital city, that we are showing the leadership and making the ground that we are with a Māori mayor. And so for me, seeing this work through is greater than some of the other work that I've come to council to do, because without this mahi, there's not really much point in going forward, in my view. So the Pou Pai Hekinga, love the long list, so I'm happy for the long list. That made me really excited as well. So yeah, just love seeing Te Ao Māori appear through our city, and that it is welcomed by our community. So thank you.
Cool. I would like to speak briefly, but next. One of probably the most foundational moments of last term was the signing of Tākai Here and Tupiki Ora and forming that partnership. I think it's an incredibly privileged position each of us holds to be able to explore this partnership. How many other people do you know in your life get to sit at a table with kara or have these kind of strategic discussions that are going to span generations to come? Just as Te Tiriti o Waitangi is a binding agreement between the Crown and Māori, Council has a responsibility to understand, uplift and celebrate Māori across the motu. It falls on all of us, that's all tauiwi, non-Māori people who are part of Aotearoa and Pākehā, to carry this relationship forward. And it can't be placed on just our kaimahi Māori or Mātāho Aranui teams to execute the plan, but we need political leadership as well. I just wanted to take the time to acknowledge the Māori that I've sat alongside during the development of this, and they have led the kaupapa. So Jill Day, Tamitha Paul, Tori Whānau, Nico Winera, Liz Kelly and Holden Hohaia. These rangatira have been champions for honouring the commitment to Te Tiriti in my time on council. In particular, I want to highlight what an awesome and how proud I am of our Manawahine Mea whānau for your leadership and your calling out the BS on the house down the road. And I want to highlight that the government's reforms specifically target an overreach into local government and local democracy. And I'm thinking of the news that came out in the last 10 days that our colleague Nico had to find out while he was in hospital, that this government is introducing a veto power for with 5% of the population to reverse decisions on Māori wards, but they will not add that same clause for any other one of our other seats. The other thing I'm acutely aware of is the walkbacks on Te Mana o Te Wai, which asks local authorities to engage with mana whenua over the rights of fresh and other waters across our city, and that's been pushed out for Te Lei. pushed out and delayed until 2027, I believe. And just to close off my statement, that I'm incredibly proud of the Māori leadership of this council. I'm proud and pleased that this is a 10-year plan because it will endure those political waves. But most importantly, that this council, Kai Konehere Oponiki, is committed to greater partnership and uplifting and honouring the rights of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Kia ora. I te kaikonehere me whānau I pairangi ana koe ki te whakakoutou kia koe te tikanga. Would you like a right of reply?
You've said all the things. Thank you.
Yeah. Or Holden, my apologies. E nai nei ka pōtitia te motani. I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Pāwhiria te tahi, mena ka whakahai, pāwhiria te roa. Those in favour, please press 1. Those against, please press 2. Councillor Calvert's stepped away. Ko mana, that has passed. Thank you, colleagues. So under Standing Orders 19.1, as the chair, we have decided to just give precedence to the advisory group papers, given we have quite a lot of public interest and we still have members in the gallery that would like to see the debate. So I'm just going to, next we were going to have petition, so I've just bumped advisory groups above that. So just to note that. And we will be having an adjournment just to really shore up what has landed in the substantive, because I understand there's been a bit of confusion. Colleagues, should we hear the introduction of the report from officers first and then take an adjournment, or what's the mood? Yeah? Aye? Okay, cool.
With maybe some opportunity for questions when we come back?
Yeah, of course, of course. Right. All good. We'll just see if we can bring people. Yep. Hi, kia ora. No mai Sam, Lexi and Baz ki te hori e te korero. My apologies. So just as we explained to members, so we've bumped advisory groups above petition so that we can have a more fulsome discussion and members of the public can watch the debate. We're going to hear from you to introduce the report now and then have a few questions, and then likely we will take an adjournment just to shore up what is in the substantive and any amendments so we're all on the same page, and then should be able to come back from the adjournment, maybe do more partai after that. Ka pai. Cool.
Kia ora koutou, councillors. We'll do a fairly brief introduction. We've had a briefing on this, I think, last week, so we've gone through it before. But what we will do is we'll quickly introduce it and then happy to answer any question that you may have. But I'll hand over to Sam to introduce.
Tēnā koutou katoa. This report is responding to a request for advice on 2 matters: whether we should explore other ways to engage with our diverse communities and whether we should add an additional group. Previously, we've done lighter reviews which have recommended tweaks and changes to the work program, but they haven't actually sustained change and over any length of time. We acknowledge that engaging with diverse community groups through one council process is not best practice. And we don't see, the understanding of best practice with engagement has changed substantially since the beginning in 1996 of our first advisory group. Increasingly, councils are moving to more deliberative processes to ensure that they're bringing voices together. But we also still need to be able to lift particular community voices out. So we need a model that does both things. This paper asks for support to look into this further. because it could be quite a substantial change. And we're mindful that, as I said, we need to do both. Connect to the deliberative process, which is bring those diverse voices together, but also support engaging with communities in the way that they want to engage and in the way that's best for them. So we do acknowledge that we can do better at listening and engaging with the voices of our community. And so we encourage the recommendation that we do more thorough exploration of this. We suggest that you do, it's about order. We would like to have this conversation with our community before we add any additional groups so that we can set up better practices that support both the engagement but the integration to the decision making. Thank you.
He pātaimi utu aimo e te tau patu, Councillor Matthews.
My first question is about capacity and to sort of test what the capacity is to both to do this, the two, if this council was to establish another group, and do a redesign or that work with the community and a new model to do those two pieces of work at the same time.
Thank you, Councillor. It will be a stretch with current resources because when we added an additional group last time, we didn't increase the resources in that area. So it will be a stretch. Yes, did you want to start?
Yeah, fundamentally, I think 3 years ago we added the Rainbow Advisory Group and we made that work within the existing resources of Democracy Services. I think if we add another advisory group, then we have to revisit that position. So we'll require additional resourcing in that space. Yeah, we haven't quite worked out exactly what that looks like, whether it's a part-time or full-time. So we have to work through that. We'll bring that back.
Thank you. And I've just got one more, Chair, which is about intersectionality and which is kind of one of the sort of key planks between, suggesting a change. And to just sort of get an explanation, I'm familiar with this concept, but I'm not sure if necessarily all of my colleagues are, and how you could the difference between intersectionality, say, and a more assimilationist approach, how you could bring, for example, diverse communities together in one forum while still allowing them to organise and speak within their own communities and have that difference recognised.
I think that is the key challenge for the models. What we're finding is that even across the current advisory groups, we end up with some members moving from one group to another because they are both young and perhaps have some other identity which relates to our current advisory groups. And we're also finding that because we have such a diverse community, we want to be able to allow people to wear more than one identity when they come into the space. But it is still important because there are areas of the community that find it more difficult to be heard, that we lift up individual voices as well. So I think more it's current practice catching up with what we already knew, which is that we come with many different identities. With the intersectionality, what we're trying to do when it comes to deliberative processes and make sure that we have really diverse voices in the room to address key questions so that people are allowed to hear, enabled to hear the different perspectives. Often people's views change or their understanding of the issue deepens by that. And it can be quite a piece of magic as people get a chance to have that to and fro with the time and support to do that. And I think an example of that is our current, the most recent Citizens' Assembly, where we piloted this deliberative process and provided that support. And we've learnt a lot from that first go, and these are new models. But what we're finding too is that when you think about changing part of the system that you're using to hear voices, it means that it has a ripple-on effect because you want these voices to come together and influence each other. So there could be quite exciting ways that we could look at when we bring in a deliberative process, that we allow that diverse group to hear from particular parts of our community that we're also connected to, so that people have an opportunity as part of their group and in strength to come and share their experience of pōneke as well.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. I've listened to the submissions this morning with great interest, but part of it actually confuses me as well, because I don't know how relevant the criteria we actually use for looking at advisory groups actually works. And so one thing that was mentioned this morning is about the ethnic group, or the numbers. I won't say who they represent, because I don't think they represent all, but there's 48,000 of them that in Wellington. And so how do we actually correlate a huge number like that against another group that may be equally important, that have different types of needs? And so, you can't say that you can work on numerical analysis alone. You've got to work on the needs and how you're actually going to resolve them. But they seem to be so disparate, the different groups, that is there a better way of managing it? And so that's what I'm sort of asking you, how do we actually do it? Or what are your ideas? And I know you haven't sort of fixed on any suggestion yet, but can you share some of your ideas or thinking around that?
I think that's why we've brought this paper to the committee, because I think we'll need to have quite an in-depth conversation with our communities about when we test out potential new models, and think about what it is we're actually trying to achieve. Because as you say, there are you can slice up community in so many different ways. I think we definitely need to lift up the deliberative part, where we bring the community together, so we have a multiplicity of voices to address the really complex issues that we're working on. And we've got to think how we actually bridge that to how we listen to specific communities. So our whole engagement and integration for community voices into decision making is pulled together. Because what we find is with the advisory groups, it's varied over time. The model as it is a one-size-fits-all, regardless of what kind of way you slice your community. So we're expecting the same process, which is a council process. We expect people to come in and follow our set process, regardless of how they identify and how they actually organise themselves. Better practice is actually to go to the community and allow the community to organise themselves in the way that they do, and to be listening, and to do that directly. At the moment, it's not a direct process, because while councillors are involved, individual councillors, one or two to each advisory group, connect to that, they're not heard by the whole. So one of the examples that we were looking back on in the learnings is that there have been some very successful forums in the past where both staff and councillors and mayor have gone into community spaces to listen to the community, and that community is supported in the decision making about how it will take place and what the community is interested in. So I think that's one of those models. How do we connect these forum potentially? There are other ways. We want to be able to actually talk to the community about how they think it is best as well. But I think the challenge with the advisory groups is that you've got different parts of the council bringing projects sometimes, strategic questions sometimes, and it all has to fit within the huge amount of work that we do across council. And so that work's not connected together, and you can find that the projects are coming and the advisory groups are saying the same things over again, and they find that really frustrating. And also you can find that getting access at times to the advisory groups at the times that suit and getting on the agenda can be problematic. Sometimes the advisory groups have too little coming to them, sometimes it's too much. We get crunch points around key decisions. So again, I think we need to shift it around and think, what is it council's trying to achieve, but also what would communities like us to hear about and talk with them about?
Right, we have Councillor Pennant, Pauiru Hohaia, and then Councillor Randall.
Thank you for your work on this. It's all quite tricky. I guess my first question is just
I know you've got a heavy workload, but some of our ethnic communities have been asking for some progress for some time. So, been around a long time. When we say we might do some work in some unspecified amount of time, then how do we give? So the question is, how do we give confidence to people that we can deliver reasonably quickly, and it's not going to take another 3 years?
In the paper, we advise that it should be done this year. It's obviously challenging if we add extra layers. The recommendations suggest that we focus on improving the model and then implement it. There's a finite amount of resource to do this work, but of course this is the direction, whatever direction from the committee.
Okay. And thank you for recognising that there needs to be two, the participatory and the deliberative democracy. I'm just wondering where your thinking's at with improving the way with the advisory groups, because I've worked with 3, and for me they've worked best when we actually got stuff done, like we put a policy in place or we put a project in place. So just curious where your thinking is that, just to make the work more meaningful and more effective.
In past reviews, what we've tried to do is improve the work program so it's timed better, and also tweak terms of reference to help support the way people come into the group. It hasn't sustained improvement over time, and in fact, I think because the advisory groups are separate and people are coming and bringing matters to them, it's not so much of a two-way program. The paper sort of suggested there could be a range of options that could be recommended if we do further exploratory work, and that could range from only small tweaks to the advisory groups right through to doing our engagement totally differently. That's still a question for that piece of work.
Pauiwi Hohaia.
Kia ora, thank you for that. You've kind of answered my question since I put my hand up, but I'll ask it anyway. So the impression I get is you're kind of at an inflection point. So there's a decision that needs to be made anyway, and there's quite significant new information. So you've got the deliberative process, which is called, remind me, Citizens Assembly. So you've got a whole bunch of things. So it's a natural decision point time. Would you agree it kind of makes sense to kind of step back and think, how might we explore this further?
Yes, because it's quite complex and it needs conversations with the community before we make recommendations. I think it is time sensitive, and speaking to this need to actually get it ready for key decisions as we're facing really complex situations at the moment. So I think it's important and it's urgent, but it does need a little bit of time. So that's why we're suggesting this year.
A bit more work. Thank you.
Colleagues, any further... Oh, apologies, Councillor Randall.
I understand your concerns about the advisory groups. I just wanted to first ask, when council policy initiatives want to get some engagement in a particular area, does it sometimes happen that they only go to the advisory group, get that feedback, and then they've ticked that box about engagement, or is it actually engagement with other key stakeholders in that group part of the normal process?
The normal process now is to work with advisory groups and also augment that with other engagement.
But the advisory groups are the lead point from a council project point of view in terms of that side.
Depends entirely on the project.
Okay.
Yeah.
So secondly, do officers recognise the comments that we do have a gap in our engagement with our wider community on the ethnic side of things?
Absolutely.
Yep. Okay. And lastly, just as an alternative, would bringing on board an ethnic advisory group be actually an opportunity to try and take on some of the learnings that you're seeing in terms of making a better advisory group or a better engagement in terms of reference, as opposed to sort of postponing it and trying to get the sort of the policy framework correct and then applying it?
The normal process now is to work with advisory groups and also augment that with other engagement.
Okay.
So The recommendation is actually to improve the model first, because we want to create tools or support that are specific to the communities that we're engaging with, and to give that voice. The advisory group is quite a specific model, and it tends to restrict the flexibility of both partners of the council, but also of the people who contribute to it. So over time, we've talked to the advisory groups, we've had a number of reviews, and they've identified issues. There's issues around the role of the people in the group and whether they're perceived to represent all of their slice of the community. It places quite a lot of pressure on the members as well, but also it's a very structured way of doing things, and it doesn't adjust to the group or to the topic that's being discussed.
Okay, thank you.
I have Pauiwi Liz, but I'm, yeah.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad that I'm towards the end, because you've answered a lot of questions, but one of them that you haven't, and I'm seeking clarification here, is what the purpose is. So my understanding of the purpose of the advisory role or committees is that it's an avenue for council to be able to go to a certain group to get feedback about things that are going on in council. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so can you then clarify for me what the role of a residents' association is? Because my understanding of a residents' association is where the residents of a group, where they get to have a voice and will come to council. They will come to council about what their concerns are within their group. Is that correct?
Kia ora. So a residents' association is place-based, whereas an advisory group is identity-based primarily.
Yeah, but they both have different purposes.
They do. So residents' association's independent of the council, whereas we organise and facilitate the advisory groups ourselves.
Oh, so we don't fund residents' associations? Oh, okay. No. Okay, thank you.
Only through when they apply for a grant, for example.
Oh, yeah.
A contestable fund.
Yep. So I've got a couple other questions. Is that all right?
Yep.
Okay. So one of the key things that came through loud and clear to me this morning through the submitters is the need for them to have a voice, and that there is a large group of them, and they want to have a voice. But there were two contradictory things that I was trying to pull out of the one of the submitters about when he made the comment about no apparent demand. Did that come from officers?
No.
Okay.
It may be a reference to our conversation with Multicultural Wellington, when at that time they weren't supportive, but that was used as an example for their reasoning at that time about why it wasn't helpful, because of the range of ethnicities and how you would determine who was on a group or who wasn't. It was never an indication about whether we should or shouldn't have an advisory group. In the end, the recommendation is to defer the decision on the advisory group.
Okay, so that leads into the next question that I wanted to raise, and it's specifically about having a voice. So we had, I think he was the last submitter, and he spoke as he's been 35 years on the Multicultural Council, and he spoke how that was Gary Poole set that out. He was the previous CEO here, and he set it up and how that worked. So I'm confused about, so we've got multicultural ethnic council that's been around for 35 years and has a voice that we engage with, because he went to details about how they do it. And yet we've got all these submitters coming to us and saying they don't have a voice.
It's Multicultural Wellington organises itself, and we ask when we have matters to come and see them. So they determine their own way of organising and what it is they want to engage about. It's, in a sense, that's part of an example of how it does actually help for council to go to groups, and not just one group, but however a community organises itself, so there may well be many, but go to that space and that means that council's not determining who's on or off a particular group, and that gives and allows that autonomy for self-organisation, which is much better practice.
Last question. If this was to be, if an ethnic advisory group was to be approved today, what impact would that have on your team?
So probably two impacts. So one is the resourcing that I talked about a little bit earlier. We also, of course, in terms of preparing work, this was talked about earlier as well, we prepare draft work and we talk to our advisory groups on an ongoing basis to get their input into draft work before it goes to committee. And so that just means that there is another advisory group to go to, but in essence would be a conduit to that wider community as well. So
would that impede any more of the work that you're doing to explore a better model for us to communicate with?
No, ultimately it's the committee's decision, and we would resource to achieve the objective that the committee set.
Okay, thank you.
Right, we're going to have one last set of questions from Councillor Chung, and then we're going to take an adjournment to make sure we're all on the same page about what's being put.
Great, thanks. I always find it quite difficult to actually choose between one group and another. But if we actually approve the advisory group today or shortly, is it possible that we could actually, when you come up with a better platform, better solution, is it difficult then to say integrate these into that system by having an extra group that we've added today, or does it make any difference? Like, I'm thinking about the workload and how much it would actually mean to you.
I think there is obviously work involved in setting up another group, and especially one as diverse and complex as the range of ethnic identities that we have in Pōneke. I think it might be quite confusing for other communities as we set that up and actually say, well, we're setting you up in the old model, but this model might change. But we would work our way through that.
Thank you all, in particular, Sam, Lexi and Baz, really appreciate the mahi. We may have some further partai after the break, but we will take about 5 minutes now just to get on the same page. Thank you. Thank you. We are coming back from the adjournment just now. So, councillors, we're going to have the amended substantive up on screen. While we've got officers here, we're going to make sure that we try and get all of our pātai, our questions out above the amendment. So I'll just ask you to turn your attention to the screens. There were changes last night, but this is the confirmed final wording. He pātai maiutu. It's not the correct one. Can you please resend the correct amendment to DEM services?
Can I ask the councillors, you have the amendment, this is not the one, right? Can I confirm that first?
Nuruddin, if it is not the correct amendment...
I'm sending,
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, yesterday.
Do members have more general pātai about this while we wait for the final amended substantive? Okay. Aye. Well, this is, team, this is what the adjournment was for, to ensure that we have confirmed wording.
Can you forward the one? Forward it to the democracy.
That's the final one.
That's the one I did.
That was what was there.
No.
I'd confirm with the mover of the amended substantive.
Sorry, Madam Chair. My understanding is 4A, 4B, 4C. What I'm intending with this amendment is first, we're establishing ethnic advisory group. Pardon?
Councillor Abdirahman, I'm just confirming because we're not in debate just yet.
I'm not debating, I'm explaining the idea, and if the wording is wrong, maybe you have to adjourn for a minute.
Yeah, can I suggest we have another adjournment while the councillor firms up the words? Let's have another 5 minutes.
Yep. You know, thank you, colleagues, for your patience throughout that adjournment. So we have confirmed that the wording on the screen is the final wording for the amendment. I am now asking if there are any questions for officers around this amended substantive. We're not asking about amendments just yet. Typically, you ask for the mover to respond as a part of debate, but yeah, you could have an inference there, and then the mover can choose to respond to debate. So, right, we'll start with Deputy Mayor Laurie Foon, then Councillor Pannett. Heidi, my officers,
Yeah,
if
just
you're
of our
able
team.
to.
Yeah.
Thanks for your patience.
Apologies, we didn't know if you were entering debate or had more parties.
It's all right. Neither do we have to. My question is with this amendment, if it passes, how do we? It's around selection, and actually, I just want to be assured that we've got the processes in place to make sure that we've got diversity of genders, ages, that we will have the diversity in this group represented, not just of nationality.
Thank you. Good question, and it's probably not something I can give you a succinct answer to, so we will have to go away and do more work in that space. There will be some challenges in that space. Obviously, the ethnic community is very, very diverse, so in terms of being able to lift up and have good representation in terms of voices is something that we'll have to work through over the next little while.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pannett.
So my question will be in debate too, but just so I'm absolutely clear on the process, because I'm getting a bit confused by the wording. So you haven't decided on a new deliberative model, you've just decided on a new model. Is it the way I read the paper? There's no sort of commitment to a deliberative model, because we just had your advice that it was both. We're going to do both, so...
That was my recommendation for a new model. We're looking to have a combined model that connects any deliberative processes to also ways of hearing from particular parts of the community. And it's complex, but at the moment they're disjointed.
Okay, but we haven't actually decided on a new deliberative engagement model. Right, so yeah, just so that
Can I ask related to that, would wording that was more appropriate be to any new deliberative engagement model?
So to any new model would help me. I'm just, because now I feel like we've decided to do a deliberative one, and I do have some issues with that, as I've indicated.
I'd like to, yeah. That can be put to the mover if the mover would like to do that. And it has not yet been moved, so amendments.
Yep, I'm happy with that. I used it from the paper because the paper talks about new deliberative engagement, and if that means any, let it be.
Kapai. Thank you. Councillor Abdirahman, your partai.
Cool. My question would be, look, the diversity in ethnic community is not a question, but we also know, example, the Pacifica community is diverse. And how are we dealing with that diversity specific to gender and maybe other issues that requested by Deputy Mayor?
Are you right? Yes. There is one terms of reference which has subsections for each of the different groups, and there's variations depending on when that group was established. So while they ask for diversity to represent that slice of the community, I don't think it's specific. Have you got anything else you could say?
I know that it's tricky with the Pacific Advisory Group to get representation across the groups that are represented in that group. I think think it will also be incredibly tricky with an ethnic advisory group, but we'd have to go away and do a lot of thinking about that.
Cool. My other question is, how are we doing with accessibility and, again, with Rainbow when it comes to their representation of ethnic communities? So it's going to complicate the whole thing. So basically, what I'm asking through question is a bit of answer to Deputy Mayor. My second question would be, if we decide today to establish ethnic advisory group, when that would be a reality? Okay, let's say we said establish ethnic advisory group. People voted for number 4. What does the next stage looks like? When are we expecting to have one?
A few partai in there. Yep.
I'll probably defer this answer to Democracy Services, who have set up the most recent one, and they can give an indication in terms of how long that took, which might give an indication, but just acknowledging what's already been said, that there's complexities in the space, and that might, as a consequence, take longer.
I would expect probably about October. So we'd have to engage with the community, start having those conversations, and work with across the the breadth of that community. Obviously, there's a whole full recruitment process that would have to be run. Often the groups aren't well familiar. When you're starting a new group, people won't be aware about the recruitment process that's undertaken. We'll have to think about the number of members of that. There's a lot of work to be done, which I suppose is, which we would be doing in that space.
So a follow-up to that is what it looks like to work with officers to establish that term of reference in the way that is not going to take all the resources currently, which is a bit understandably frustrating for the Democracy Service, the way it's run and the whole thing. Where councillors can fit into it?
James.
Sorry, I just wanted to add to Jennifer's comments before that. Obviously, the time frame that Jennifer's talking about is very dependent on all the other things, workload that the team has got, which is fairly full at this point, and also the complexity, as Lexi said, of setting up a model that's going to work for this particular advisory group, because it is more complex than the other ones. And we would need to come back to you with whatever the terms of reference adjustments are for that advisory group for you to agree and approve prior to doing that. So all due respect to Jennifer, I suspect October might be very ambitious.
Aye, colleagues, any further? Councillor Randall. Oh, sorry. No, I just was looking at the wrong part of the list. We've got Pauiwi Hohai, then Councillor Calvert. My apologies.
Just on, if I could go back to the original recommendation, I have a question around that. Is that okay?
The original, the unamended paper?
Yeah.
Aye, yeah.
So the recommendation was to defer the decision to appoint another group and do a full exploration of the full range of options. What's your, if that was to still go ahead, what would the time frame be for that report back to this table?
Roughly the same time. So we said sometime this calendar year. So we were earmarking that for around October as well.
Okay, so just another 6 months.
Correct.
Yep. Thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
Just wondering whether it would be easier if this amendment actually, and just the way it's worded, actually had a date to when to agree to establish the group, by when. And I think we sort of got an indication October, which is still 6 months away, and whether and whether it would read better to say agree to establish a group by such and such a day and A/B, because to me it doesn't quite, and I'm just wondering whether officers have got any advice on that. Just to ensure that it's clear about what is being asked of you.
We are clear of what's asked of us. In terms of setting a date, I think at this point in time that's probably not helpful. We've talked about the fact that there are additional complexities in this space, and I think we don't know necessarily some of the complexities and necessarily how to resolve those. So we don't know what we don't know, and as a consequence, I don't think putting a hard date is helpful at this point in time.
Could you have a softer date, such as before the end of the calendar year? Because presumably this will then feed into the end of the long-term plan, because obviously if you decide to establish it in 26, 27, the money won't be there. So we want to ensure the money's there for 24, 25.
I think we can deal with that by making any necessary provisions based on the assumption that something will be established during the year.
Mm.
Pauiwi Liz Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got two questions, and they're both regarding to B. The first one is the cost. If we were to go ahead with this multicultural forum in 2024-25, what would the cost be? The reason why I'm asking that is because I'm a little bit confused that initially we talked about that it's 13,000 that's been set aside for each advisory committee, but then it was flagged there's 100,000 would be involved, and that's essentially because of the extra resource that would have to be tagged to set this up, to continue with looking at the new engagement model. So that's the first question, if you can clarify that. And then the second question is in the part here where it says to provide input and advice to council on issues identified by the community as well as the new engagement model. So that in itself, is that telling us that the purpose of the advisory committee is going and their role is going to change, and i.e. the terms of references by the, is that going to be, are their terms of reference going to be different to what we normally do for an advisory group, given that you clarified earlier to me that the purpose of an advisory group is a tool that council can use to communicate and engage with specific groups?
Thank you. Good questions. In terms of costs, I'll deal with the first one right off the bat. So in terms of direct advisory cost fees, in the paper we've intimated 13K. That kind of is the average cost. It depends on the size of the advisory group, of course. So if there's more, it's more costs. If there's less, there's less. In terms, I've talked about the support that's required. So at the moment, Democracy Services, they didn't take on extra resourcing when we set up the Rainbow Advisory Group. And as a consequence, resourcing is very tight. So if it was established, additional FTE would be required in Democracy Services. So you're looking at, not sure if it's full-time, but in terms of costs, up to 85K. In terms of an ethnic forum, we have done those in the past. Last night I was trying to look through whether I could track down some old paperwork in terms of what those costs are, and I haven't been able to. But from memory, it kind of depends on how they're set up and how big they are, so and where they are. So if they're hosted in the community in their place, perhaps there aren't any accommodation costs that we have to cover. But generally there is some sort of costs in terms of accommodation, tech, maybe the facilitator, food, things like that. And so generally you're not walking away from anything less than about 20K, depending on how big you make these things. But in the past we've had 300, 400 people at some of these things in the past. I'm going back 10 plus years now, but the big ones certainly were up around that sort of cost, I would imagine.
Yeah, it does depend what the terms of reference are, because the current ones, as you mentioned, they receive matters from staff, whereas if part of the purpose was to feed in to what might be a future model, that could be a matter brought to them, but the terms of reference would have to be crafted. The general purpose for most advisory groups is very similar. It's unknown at this point.
Just one more, very, very quickly. You said that October is when you were looking at completing that was the ballpark that you said, completing your the work that you've been doing around looking at another model in October.
Yep.
And yet if we were to set this up, ballpark figure again, you're looking at maybe October. That doesn't make sense to me, that if that's it for what's written in here, that, like, why would we do this given that we're going to set it up in transition into a new engagement model that's not going to happen until October, and in October you're going to have completed that work and coming to council to tell us about it. Is that correct?
In essence, that's why the recommendations in the paper are the recommendations in the paper. You've, as a committee, tasked us to do two things. One is to look at an ethnic advisory group, and one is to look at the model and what a future model could look like. From a logical perspective and a process perspective, the paper recommends that you look at a new model first, and then obviously you engage with the community as part of that process, but then you lift the voices into the new model. Yes.
Councillor Chung.
I think going back to the request that we've had from the getting a advisory group for quite some time, it's over 10 years, and so I'd like to look at the feasibility of actually setting it up, and setting it up as not as a full advisory group, but being able to give their input into things while we're actually working on this new system. Is that at all feasible to do that?
The intention when looking at a new model was that we would engage with all communities, including the ethnic communities. It depends how you frame it, because you can have groups for a whole range of things. The advisory group model is a fairly standard model, and that would be a different purpose because you'd be coming together for a particular project. There's no reason why you couldn't have people come together to feed into how this new model occurred. And that's what, for good process, that's exactly what we would do.
Aye.
Okay, so thinking about that, and I'm absolutely cognizant of the work pressure that you're under and giving you more work to do, but would it be an idea then, so instead of this, if we approve this new advisory group, instead of them sort of putting more work onto you, could a model where we have councillors, and I don't mind giving councillors more work, but if we put them as the liaison, so then they can liaise with the councillors, will that make it easier for you? Or is that completely?
No, it's counter to the process, which is that we engage directly with the communities.
Apologies, Sam. Could you move the microphone a little closer?
That's too far away.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be counter to our intent, which is for us to explore the possible models with the communities directly. It depends how a particular community wanted to organise themselves. So, for instance, if they wanted to gather together similar to a forum to be part of their input in the process, we would be guided by them.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Randall, and then I'm going to ask that we kind of wrap things up and move on to debate, just given also that we have already had a workshop where we've had opportunity to ask lots of questions.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So my question really is, in terms of if we are going to proceed with a new model, how would the new model engage with the ethnic community if the ethnic community hasn't gone through the process of getting its own engagement side of things sorted out? Because surely the direction is that we're going to have an ethnic advisory group, and obviously the new model, given the complexity of the ethnic side of things, the new model would need to cater for them anyway. So my question is, do you think it would enable a better model to come about if the ethnic advisory group was in place first?
Not necessarily, no, because what the intent we had is to go to the way people already organise themselves, not put a council process over the top of them.
Mā wai te motini e whakataka koutou. I understand that Councillor Abdurrahman is going to be moving the amended substantive. I just wanted to, before we jumped into debate, highlight the importance of keeping your language impeccable and being respectful of one another. And in particular, I'll be very strict about not bringing officers into debate or commenting on this, given also that we have commissioned them to undertake this work, and it is us who have asked for advice on these recommendations. So I just wanted to set the tone there. Having said that, over to the mover, Councillor Abdurrahman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move this amendment, this paper, with pleasure and optimism. I move the paper with amendment substantive, which is to establish an ethnic advisory group to investigate ways to improve the current advisory model, to hold ethnic forum in 24-25. 3 asks. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the presence of and support of ethnic community leaders in the room. Some of them, the left Prim from Multicultural Council, who've been there for 35 years. He's still a member of the executive team. Ravin, the ex-president of Multicultural Council. Tayo, the previous chief executive of NZMC. Deepak, Karuna, Warkina, and those of you who send me an email and message through, like the Indian Association leader, Manish. I would like to acknowledge your hard work in this space. I would also like to acknowledge, even if I disagree with officers' hard work and support through this process and their respectful way of addressing the issue. To Baz and his team, and also to Jennifer and the whole Democracy Service, thank you for all that you do. And a special thanks to the Mayor Office, led by Nadine and Michael, for trying your best in bringing the amendments and supporting this. I believe an ethnic advisory group is needed. Wellington's many ethnic communities and diverse, and each have their own needs and challenges. Wellington's many ethnic communities, as you have seen, also from different background, politically, socially, culturally. Karuna is a National Party person. Deepak from Labour Party. Some of my ethnic friends who didn't made it today here, like Yadana and Louis from Green Party. We are diverse in our political views. We are diverse in our cultural views. We are diverse in socio-economic ways as well. But one thing we have in common across an ethnic community is the disengagement with the political process. For migrants and refugees in particular, especially when there is a language barrier, it can be intimidating and confusing to engage with council. But it is also important these voices are heard and that all of our community members have linked to this council. We all know that we as a council need to do a better job engaging with all our communities. This is an important step in the right direction. We have advisory groups for accessibility, Rainbow Community, Pacifica, youth, and environment. These are all important voices that deserve representation and cannot understand why our ethnic communities are any less deserving. I have spoken with many members of our community. They have asked me to advocate for an ethnic advisory group to be established now. I do acknowledge the current model needs improvement. There is too much admin, too many meetings, too much paperwork. Example, each advisory group hosts about 12 meetings a year. On top of that, chair's briefing and Democracy Service, they have to do the meeting agenda and the meeting minutes followed. All that, I do understand, frustrates our officers and, of course, councillors in some way. Advisory groups tell me they are often consulted on issues that are unrelated to them as well. Often they feel they are not listened to by council. Basically, they think it's a tick boxing. And I think that is how we set them up, and that's what we need to look at, how we can make them more efficient, more productive for their time and for their community. I want council to listen to these groups and work with them to empower the system. Auckland and Christchurch established ethnic advisory groups a long time ago. Other cities are considering having one. How the political and cultural capital of New Zealand don't have the ethnic advisory group until now is a question for another day. But we need to answer if we would like to have one today. And I'm asking you to support to make it happen. And when you do that, ask yourself a few questions. One, in 6 months' time, if officers come back and say, dissolve the current model, all the current advisory groups, and do a new model, are you willing politically to do it in the next 6 months? If the answer is no, it will take, even if we have the political will, at least in this triennium, the possibility is minimal. It will take time. In that case, I encourage all of you to support the establishment of ethnic advisory group at this stage. And even if we decide it is not working for all advisory groups, we're gonna move it to a new model where it's gonna work for all of us. And that model, we are not sure yet here. Officers themselves, they haven't articulated. So I encourage you to support the establishment of an ethnic advisory group, which was asked many times. The recent two to mention in 2021 and 2022, and the email that was circulated through Councillor Panet and Dan. Lastly, I would like to say thank you to you all who tried your best to navigate this challenging, and I hope you do understand how challenging it can be for me in navigating through as well. And we managed to be respectful. I encourage all of you to support this amendment. Thank you.
Mā wai te whakahoenga e tautoko. Do you have a seconder, Councillor?
Yes, Councillor Raponovich will second it.
Would you like to speak now?
Thank you, Chair. Just reiterate the comments that have been said by Councillor Andabaraman. We can't keep kicking the can down the road. You know, we've had a bunch of our friends come and talk to us about how they would like to be involved with council. We need to listen to them. They've been doing this for a very long time. They have taken the opportunity to come in and say what they thought about this position. Their wait is too long. We can't live in hope of another model. We have a model now. We should engage in a bit more flexibility around that model. But these people, including me, remember, I'm Polish, so that's an ethnic group as well, need to have a voice at council. That's all I have to say.
He taka hei tau patu. Colleagues, any debate? Councillor Calvert.
Yes, I'd like to just first up thank Councillor Nuruddin for Abdurrahman for bringing this substantive change. It's well overdue, and as he referenced, this debate has been going on and off for a number of years now, and we do keep kicking the can down the road, literally. I think, you know, we're very happy to help commemorate and celebrate our different cultures in the city, whether it's through events that have occurred that significantly impacted them, through their arts, through their performances, through their different faiths, and what I think most of us have particularly enjoyed, their food. So I don't see how we can just focus on that and then say, but we are not so interested in hearing from you in a formal sense, feedback into how we are providing our services to you. 3 years ago, I think it was December 2020, when this council agreed to establish a Rainbow Advisory Group. Again, that was a lot of uncertainty of how that might work. And then what I think the first step was to have a forum to say, well, how do we operate going forward? And I think this is exactly what is being proposed in this substantive as well, because that will help shape how this fits with the community that needs to have a voice. I think in terms of resourcing, I mean, this council's got close to 2,000 people on staff. I'm sure there can be a little bit of moving around of resourcing to accommodate this. And of course, we're coming up to our next budget round. So again, we can easily accommodate the cost as well. It's minuscule in comparison to our $1 billion budget we spend a year. So I do ask everyone to support this because, as one of the speakers said, incredible input into our community and to our city. And we need to make sure that we do acknowledge them, not just through other ways, but also through this. Thank you.
Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, thank you very much to the officers and my colleagues who have worked on this paper. I think, yes, it is really important to take these as two separate issues being discussed in this paper. And I think it's important for me in considering this that I was able to hear those voices today from the ethnic community about how they want their voice to be heard in council. And I think it's also important to listen to the voices of the advisory groups that exist already and the experiences that they have had. And that includes the councillors that sit on them and the staff that help them in that process. And so I can acknowledge, I think, that there's room for improvement in the model that we have, and that there's some desire for whatever that new model is to engage people more actively in the decisions, to provide them more support in being able to make decisions with all of the information available to them. But in doing so, I think that the ethnic community has received information about through this paper, and they've come to us and said that we believe the best way for us to communicate with you at the moment is an ethnic advisory group. And that's really what I'm sort of trying to live through to, is the value that we should listen to communities in the way that they're represented. And I think that it can hold true the reflection in the paper presented by officers without forecasting how the ethnic communities advisory group would run. And for that reason, I want the group to be able to have that experience, and I want them to be able to report back on that. And I also think the other parts of the substantive amendment are useful for us too. Thank you.
Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora koutou. I guess I would just like to start by we need to have a reasonable expectation about what these groups can achieve. And that I do think, we've had very strong calls from community today about the establishment of a group. And however, it will not solve all of the problems. In fact, for the people on it, it will create issues and it will be difficult. So I just want us to have a realistic view. It's not that I will be supporting this paper, but I do think an advisory group is not the answer to every concern. And I say that as someone who has brought from a community, almost immediately when I was elected to council and took the community engagement portfolio, the Rainbow communities approached me and I was involved in that process with bringing forward that group. So I just think we need to not move into magical thinking about what these groups can achieve. They are not the representative be-all and end-all. In fact, it's very difficult for that to take place. We are, at the moment, resourcing people to come for one meeting once a month, And so you might have 15 people around a table who come and talk with us for a couple of hours. And, you know, I say that as someone who tonight I'll be going to Pacific Advisory Group because Sarah's not very well, Councillor Free. Hope you're doing okay. But my work with the Accessibility Advisory Group, which I have been with that group through when it's feeling very empowered and feeling that it's successful, and to when it's really not the case, and to the point where even the former chair, who I think Nick coming in today, you know, you should disestablish it. So it is extremely difficult, and I believe those problems are not administrative. They are much more fundamental around the connection to decision making, the feedback loop. It's not just how many staff you have in the room. I think it is more structural. So I would like us all, regardless of how you vote on a new group, to have an open mind about what happens next, because I believe we can run these processes better and more effectively for everybody, including those communities who are asking for advisory groups. And when I think about the Citizens' Assembly, there were some things about that, about the appointment process, about the facilitation, about the direct input into decision making is what one of the, you know, those aspects coming together in a deliberative function, I think, made it a much more, and we're going to get more advice about people's experience of that, a much more successful process to be involved in as a member than probably any advisory group member would say they're feeling today. So I think we can do better, and we should have an open mind to doing better. And I would like to thank councillors for moving this amended substantive, and to thank staff for the work that has gone into the paper. I do feel that we need to be very realistic in what we think we can achieve and what our expectations are when we vote for the change. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. I will just draw our attention to the fact that lunch has arrived, and we have 3 people left to speak on the agenda, plus a right of reply. So I'll just ask that if 3. Sorry, Councillor Panna, are you moving an motion?
We just moved to, I've heard everyone's spoken in support, so whether we just move to vote?
We'll just clarify standing orders, also because you've spoken to debate already, it may limit your ability to make.
No, it is, it's not, sorry, it's not compulsory then to stop debate because 3 people have.
Yeah, I'm just asking Steph.
Yeah.
We'll just give it a sec to check that.
Or if it's going to take too long to check, then we must just let people speak. Yeah.
Get on and have lunch.
Mr. Johnson, would you like to say something?
I can do. So, sorry, standing orders allows the chair, if 3 people have spoken in favour of an item, to call for somebody speaking against, and if there's nobody, you can just go straight to the vote, but the chair does not have to do that.
I'm going to call to ask if anyone intends to speak against. Paui Wheelers. Right. Oh, yes, you are. Yeah, you got to speak now.
I've got to speak now or forever hold my peace. Okay, kia ora, and particularly kia ora to those in the public, what's it called? Gallery, to the public gallery. First of all, can I just say that I understand wholeheartedly a minority voice and a need to have a minority to have your say, even when you are a minority, even when you are mana whenua, and there's a treaty in place that actually gives you the right to have a voice. That it has taken years for that to be established for Māori. So I understand what has been asked of the council and what they are saying about their voice being heard. I would like to say, speak to my colleague as well. I understand what I have observed here today. I fully understand the pressure that you are under from the people who support you and who you represent. So I commend you on pushing for this to happen. However, I am not going to support this recommendation. I don't believe it is kicking it down the road. When I read the papers, I mean, it was, to me, the papers made sense to me what the officers were saying. The whole thing made sense to me, that what they were saying was, we're working on this model, we want to defer it, we're going to include you, and we'll expand on it to include even more people. All of that made sense to me. And then even today, when the officers said, you know, that 6-month thing, that made sense to me. Having said that, what I don't accept is that the ethnic communities have not had a voice in this city. It is really clear that for the past 35 years, the Multicultural Council has had a relationship with this council, and that the previous chairman even spoke to how that worked. I don't know if it's still working to the extent that he said when Gary Poole set it up, because for me, that makes real sense. That's meaningful engagement. That's hearing what people have to say. And for me, that was better than an advisory committee, because an advisory group is really for the purposes of council, to be able to consult with people and to come back and tick a box. But what you're talking to me about, what the Multicultural Council does, that's meaningful engagement, and that's hearing the voice of a diverse group of people and for them to have their say. And that's already happening. That's already existing. So I do not see, particularly in the current climate, where we are making cuts all over the place, that we are now going to randomly come up and say, yes, we're going to agree to have this council, this group, this advisory group, we'll add this on, even though it's going to be extra resources, and up to the cost of 100,000 over, because we're talking about an FTE to make this happen. I don't think this is the right time. I would support us deferring the decision which was in our papers, and particularly given that we're talking about in October, the officers were going to come back to us with a new model, which would then be what this is saying. So this is saying set it up and we'll transition them into the new model. So why are we doing that? I mean, that just does not make sense to me. I do want to comment too on the tone and the exchange of language that was used in the presentations this morning. That is not helpful. That is really disrespectful, and it makes a hard job that everybody around this table does even harder. And I just want to thank my colleagues around this table for the mahi that they do, for the mahi that I know that they do outside of working hours, and that they are at the beck and call of everyone. I want to offer you Nuradin, though, because I can see that you're under a lot of pressure. But unfortunately, in this instance, I am not going to support you, I support your people, but I'm not going to support this recommendation. Kia ora.
Right, I'm just going to check with the two others that I have on my list. I've got Chung and Panet. Would you both still like to speak? Yeah, we're Councillor Chung first.
Those of you who know me, and some of you do, you know that I don't like spending money, and I definitely don't like wasting money. And I think that this is why I've asked officers so much about the extra costs that there would be if we actually approve a advisory group now. And so I'm very concerned about that. But there are a couple of things that actually have gelled my thinking. One is that over Easter, I joined a tournament of Chinese and recent Chinese and sort of Chinese that have been born here, playing sports. And there are over 2,500 in there. And a lot of them came up to me to speak to me because they said that, they realised that I was on council. And almost to a person, they all said, oh, we don't actually have much to do with council, we don't, or local government, because we just go on with our own business, because we don't think that council are actually there to actually consider us, because we're invisible, because we go out there working, we do our stuff, and we're not being considered. So that actually made me think about, are we representing them? Are we concerned about what their concerns are? Or do they think have they just joined the general population and they don't have anything different or special to say? So that was one thing that made me think a lot. I have to say that I'm actually still not convinced that having an advisory group will actually achieve what they actually want to do. But on top of that, I do think that they've waited so long to have this, they've waited so long to get this, that I feel that I've got a dilemma now, is that what do I do? What is the best thing to do? So I think that what trumps it is that I should do what's right rather than spending money. And so that's why I think that... I think that...
Colleagues, a bit of order.
That's why I would support this. Even though I'm not sure of... I'm not convinced of the result, but I do believe that they actually deserve it, and I think we should actually support it too. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Chung. Lucky last before right of reply, Councillor Pannett.
You'll be relieved to know I'm not quoting Trump. So, look, thank you for the respectful debate, and I think people have made some really good points, but I will be supporting the amendment. I think Councillor Abdul-Rahman's point that we are a slow follower is a pertinent one, that other cities have them. I'm sorry, obviously I'm an old hand. I'm deeply sceptical that we're going to have this wonderful new shiny thing eventually. Like institutions move slowly, and sometimes it can be really hard to make some big and meaningful change. And I also think while it might be just an advisory group, it's the start of much bigger things to come. So we start off with this, we raise the level of visibility on these issues, and then we start getting bigger. And the last point I'd like to make is just from so I've been sat on 3 advisory groups in my time here. They work, from my perspective, when you try and work with the community to get things done. So, for example, I think I've said this before, I fought a bare-knuckled fight with staff and councillors to have a disability action plan. That was the only reason, because we had this reference group, we decided it was a good idea and we got it over the line. Councillor O'Neill, our work with TRAC at the moment, we're trying to get some stuff over the line, like making sure that we talk about rainbow community spaces being at the top of the list of priorities in our community action plan. So when you work in with the community, you can get some stuff done. Councillor Matthews, I think your point is pertinent. Yeah, they are only there. But if you come up with a program and then use them to bounce ideas off and work in with the staff to get things done, I think that can be really powerful. Last point, the deliberative democracy. I think, again, Councillor Matthews, you made some good points, but I really worry when minority groups aren't given their own space. I think it's really tricky to get people okay, so we're in violent agreement, getting people to come in and maybe work with people who've got more power, more structural power. So I really, really stand behind some of these groups who have been marginalised and having their own space. I think that's important. But look, it's a good debate, and I just hope we make some progress, whatever way the vote goes. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor Abdurrahman, over to you for right of reply.
Cool. Thank you so much, colleagues. And I think we're moving. And from what I see is that no one is against the advisory group. And there is a question how we can make it better. And that is also goes to Auntie Lisa as well, which is a good point you got. However, 2 things. First, Multicultural Council previously, when they engaged with the previous mayor, it was not at official level. It was just like a catch-up every 3 months and then every 4 months. From there on, Multicultural just become like one of any other organizations with a bit of funding and relationship with officers for a good reason. Again now, don't forget, Multicultural Council themselves are in support of the establishment of Ethnic Advisory Group. And I have asked this question to Prim. They had an executive meeting last night in which they endorsed my amendment or supported the establishment of ethnic advisory group to happen now. And Prim just said that during his public participation as well. Yes, it's not the best way to go forward, but honestly, I don't know what other way officers are going to come up with to address the issue of ethnic communities and some of other minorities. Deliberative democracy would work when you are doing in a bigger way, where you are targeting in certain issues to have certain positive outcomes. If an issue itself is coming from an ethnic community, that deliberative democracy would end up to some extent like the France model, where it will be assimilationist. And I'm very open if officers come back with a suggestion, this model is tried and we're going to try this one in 6 months or 1 year, whenever they come back, to consider whatever option they're going to put in front of us. But at this stage, we need to establish this and we need to move forward. And I think now's the time. One last point, I would like to say thank you to your leadership, Mayor Fano, actually, for the support and the amendment. We did work hard from behind door with your Nadine, but if it wasn't your support, it would be, I think, difficult today. And I really want to acknowledge that as well. Officers, I know sometimes you get caught between, politics is brutal and you get caught between the line, but nothing intended. And I'm sure you know it's nothing personal from any of the public participants today as well. They are trying to address it to the power, the institution itself, and which includes all of us. And if by any means any of them used a word or things that made you feel not comfortable, I'm just telling you, ethnic community is more humble than me. They are really good people, and it's not from them. It's from individuals who put in here. It's from us. So with that words, I will move this amendment. Please, I encourage you, and this is very important for this community. And it's your community, actually, even though I'm an ethnic person. We have Councillor Aponovich here. We have Councillor Foon there. We can track back our identity to some extent. We have that identities in us. And people are not only fixed to one identity. If you take me, I'm a councillor for the Southern Ward, where I represent the whole community, whether you are Greek, Italian, Ethiopian, Somalian, all, Christian, Muslim, whatever. But when I go to African community, I'm the black person who's sitting there and discussing about issues. When I go to my local mosque, I'm the Muslim guy discussing with them, having prayer, the Muslim. When I go to my school, I'm the father who's talking about children issues. So we all have different identities, but which identity we want to be discussed, which identity we are not engaging in our decision making is what we're talking about here. So with that, I would say thank you for your support and let's vote.
Thank you. And yes, just to acknowledge the 7 members of this committee that do sit on all of our advisory groups and our ELT and our specialist advisors, and also Baz's team in particular, Sam, as officers provide these reports and advice at our request and not officers' opinions, but we really value all of the huge amount of work that's gone into this paper.
Do you want to take?
Would anyone like any of the 3
Liz, do you want to take
points
A and
separately?
B separately?
Nah, all together. Thank you. E naine ka pōtitia te motani, I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Pāwhiria te tahi, pāwhiria te rua. Ko mana, I declare the motion carried. Thank you, councillors. We will take a break for Kai, and I will see you back here in 30 minutes. We'll have the timer. Yay. Compliments to the chef. Ahi ahi Marie, good afternoon, colleagues. We will get right back into it because we do have quite a fair bit of business to go. Let me find the correct sheet. Mai Jacqueline ki te hore e te kōrero. Please welcome Jacqueline forward to introduce the report around the lights needed for Kōrau Park petition. Kia ora, Jacqueline. You can take the report as largely read, but feel free to add any comments.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, councillors. First of all, I would like to thank Maggie Tate, who has actually brought this e-petition to Council. You can take the report as read, and if there are any questions around the recommendation in the paper, just noting also that this would be, in our recommendation, an increase in level of service around Kōrau Park, and as such we would also consider, if we were to take investigation as per the recommendation in the report, we would be looking at all community parks that could potentially have this investment within them. Thank you.
All right, I see we've got Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, just in terms of community parks, obviously we've got some very large suburbs like Kōrau. In comparison to the other sort of large suburbs, I'm thinking Newtown, Tawa, Johnsonville, Kilburnie, Miramar, do they have fields like that have lights on them?
So currently at the moment, in terms of similar type parks with perimeter paths, we've got Pukehuia in Newlands and we have Alex Moore Park in Johnsonville. Other parks that probably would be comparable, none of them currently have perimeter path lighting, such as this, recreational lighting. We could also potentially be looking at Granada North in the future or Kilburnie Park, which have development projects coming up in the future.
So, because this one's actually got a track right around it. So do those parks have tracks around them?
Yes, both Pukehuia has a perimeter path around the top field and Alex Moore does as well.
So just in terms of where those parks are, have we got currently a diversity, across the geographical area, or have we got parks with those sort of lights in an area? I'm thinking of the south and east that might be probably well looked after, but not so much in the west and north.
So we currently don't have this kind of lighting around our perimeter paths or recreational paths such as this at the moment. One of the things that we would look at is how we could invest in that potentially as part of Te Whairanga Poneke, our open space investment strategy.
But have we, what I'm just trying to understand is, have we got an imbalance at the moment in some of our suburbs compared to others? So I'm thinking about the east and south. Have we got those type of facilities there, but not in the west and north?
I believe the part has been answered by calling out the Te Whairanga, the open spaces policy that we just did.
Yeah, but just about what we've got existing at the moment.
So existing, we have perimeter paths, recreational perimeter paths in 2 in the north and 1 in the west.
With lights?
None of them are lit. None of the paths are lit.
But what about in the east and south?
No, there are no lit paths for perimeter paths in any of our facilities at the moment.
Thank you.
Pauiwi Liz.
Yep. What am I doing? First of all, I'm pleased that you talked about Granada. So Granada North is on the plan.
Granada North is in the long-term plan as an investment facility to looking at recreational and sporting investment.
Yep, that's not the question I was going to ask you, though, but I was just saying that I was happy to hear that. The 34 holes, so in your paper you talked about 34 holes that would have to be dug if we were going to look at putting these lights in, which told me that that's really quite significant. So the cost, what do you think, just as a guesstimate? It would be quite
So the estimated of the poles around the Kōrau perimeter path are in the paper, and so we've had a basic estimate around what that would require, and that's based on the distance required to meet the lighting strategy. And just noting that this is an estimate of around what would be required based on other facilities potentially of what would be required.
It's good paper actually, thank you.
Councillor Chung.
Great, thanks. Now, these lights, what are they? Are they actually thinking of lights that are going to be bright enough for them to play sport on the ground, or just to walk around the park, to be lit when they're walking around? So there's obviously going to be a significant difference between the two. And so what is actually required? Is it the minimum amount of light to be able to see when you're walking around at night? Or?
So based on what the petitioner has asked for, was talking around walking dogs, etc., doing casual recreational activity or jogging, which is at Kōrau, there is obviously the perimeter path around it. In terms of sports field lighting and lighting of fields, you're talking around a different type and level of lighting. So what I've referred to in this paper is around if you were having pedestrian activity primarily rather than sports field lighting in itself.
Great, thanks. Would it be cheaper to have solar lights? Is that a possibility?
The costings in this paper are around solar lights. Again, I'd say comparatively, non-solar would be a similar price based on potentially where we've done sports field lighting investments in the past, and even Newtown and Mātinitini, those have been around $500,000 each, even for those sports field lights.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Is there any possibility of actually getting one of the sports codes, or getting the sports codes that use the facility to actually take responsibility for the lights themselves? And I mean, I look in particular at hockey, which obviously does do the lighting for the National Hockey Stadium, so it's not done at council's expense. And so the first question is, could we actually ask the codes to do it? And the second question is, if we do install the lights, what is the pricing arrangement? How do we charge for the use of it?
Okay, first one I'll answer around sports field lighting, and is a different kind of lighting than we're talking around here. And at the moment, with Kōrau Park in particular, is not a lit park as a sports field. It has the training facility over at Te Rewhiti. And with club lighting, we have some facilities that have club lighting. At the moment, Kōrau Park is not a venue. We're looking at it putting sports field lights onto the park currently, as we actually maintain those grounds more for actual playing rather than training. The second one around the funding model, I'd answer around National Hockey Stadium, is that Council has provided and has invested in the lighting there in conjunction with hockey at one stage, and there is a 50% share around the costs of operating those lights at the moment.
Councillor Brown, could you use your microphone, please?
To raise answers, I mean, you answered to raise questions. So are you saying that the lights aren't for people to actually play the sport?
No, these are for casual use lights.
Fantastic. Thank you, colleagues. There are no further questions. No mai for your mahi in this area. Councillors, I am going to move the report and take that as read. Thanks for the thorough discussion here today. Do I have a... Councillor Matthews will second. He taka he tau patu. I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Anaine ka potitia te motini. No. Kua mana, that is carried. Thank you. No mai Alice and Baz ki te hora I te corridor. Please welcome Alice and Baz to come forward and introduce the report on the animal bylaw, dog policy and domestic animal policy. Kia ora. Thank you all. You can take the report as read, and noting we've had quite a lot of engagement with councillors on this, but feel free to add any points you might like to ahead of debate.
Okay, thank you. Kia ora everyone. I will take the paper as read, just a few little notes from me. Appreciating the last time you heard from me was in August last year for the statement of proposal. So this report seeks approval as part of a trilogy review into the dog policy, domestic animal policy and the animal bylaw. If recommended to approve, the animal bylaw will be seen by full council on the 18th of April. The final policies have been informed by one of the highest engaged consultations the Council has received to date. We kicked off with around 5,000 responses during early engagement, followed by over 3,000 submissions at formal consultation. We would like to use this opportunity to thank all the submitters, including the 24 organisations who worked with us and spent the time to give us their valuable feedback. We live in a city where animal ownership is on the rise. Dog ownership has spiked 39% since the last review, and our cat population exceeds 28,000. For many, pets are considered very much part of the family, and Wellingtonians have shared with us how their pets contribute to their social well-being in various ways. On top of that, there are the birds and the bees. Some have an increasing interest in keeping hens for egg supply, and others may want to be budding hobbyist beekeepers. Throughout this review, our focus has been on navigating the delicate balance between the recreational needs of animals alongside the potential user conflicts in shared spaces, health hygiene concerns, and environmental impact. Particularly when it comes to designating off-leash spaces, we recognise that not everyone are comfortable around dogs, and this review takes place against a backdrop where kiwi are reintroduced to Pōneke. We have considered the final recommendations with this in mind, making amendments where we see practical and reasonable compromises, like Oriental Bay, while opting to not proceed with other proposals, like Island Bay Beach and Spicer Forest. Now, two things that most submitters could seem to agree on the most were that the Council should strengthen enforcement on dog poo, and the Council should focus methods on reducing stray cats. So the discourse around cats has undoubtedly shifted from the last review to a desire for increased regulation to safeguard both cats and our native species. And our proposal for the mandatory desexing of cats was our most supported proposal. That's all from me. We've also got Helen Jones from Public Health and Denise Clements from PSR at the table for any questions. Thank you.
He taka hei tau patupatu. Oh, rather, he pātai miutu. Do we have any pātai? Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, can I just ask a question about Trilisic Park? I was talking to some of the volunteers and they were saying that it won't be that long before the kiwi may come down from the skyline through into that area. And I don't know how long that actually is and whether it's valid. So I just want to ask a question about extension of the existing off-leash, just in terms of that, when that might be occurring, or is there probably a policy change before then?
Yeah, so the extension for Trilisic is quite minor, just in that extension of the road.
Yeah.
And when we've had discussions with Capital Kiwi, that hasn't been one of the main ones of concern. But we are open to review in the future if things change.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
you. Colleagues, any further pātai? Deputy Mayor Fern.
Thanks, team. I just want to double confirm that along with the work going forward that we'll be able to get data and track the June well-being. Like, is that part of the work going forward?
That's, yeah, definitely part of the work. I don't know if PSR will be, they'll be leading the way with this. We will, following the decisions from today, we can set up a group and have the right people in the room within urban ecology, the volunteers in Island Bay space to do that, and then our ranger will continue the monitoring with photos that we can put into that final report back.
Yeah, great. Yeah. And just through this process, I've just become aware that the community are also doing their bit, if you like, on the infrastructure. So there's a beautiful blue rope, you know, like that doesn't match what we've got. So, and obviously it's because everyone cares, but I mean, do we have processes or ways that we can work with community to, you know, they're willing and want to protect? How can we help them to do that work in a way that, I'm just thinking health and safety wise and communication wise, that we're sharing information?
Yeah, I guess the best thing is really through the relationship through the park rangers. So the park rangers hold the relationship with the community groups who are undertaking the work in doing the mahi in those spaces, and the range is a great point of contact to come back to different aspects of council and across PSR to ensure that they're touching base and feeding back to the right teams. So it's around if groups are wanting to get involved with the mahi, it's through an MOU process with the rangers, but if the MOU process is already in place, then the ranger will act as a key point of contact to feed information up and down. So really open to having people involved or having more people involved would be great.
Great, okay, thank you.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you. So I just wanted to follow up on just a couple of proposals you've just sort of doled back on. I mean, the one I'm interested in is in Tawa, and I just wanted to maybe if you could comment on your engagement with the Friends of Tawa Bush and your decision not to expand the area, but also not to make it a no-dog area.
So is this the Spicer Forest?
Yes, Spicer Forest. Sorry, Spicer Forest. Let's throw that in there, make it easier to.
Yeah. So on our original proposal, we was looking at expanding a couple of tracks around Spicer Forest, just because a lot of the engagement said that owners wanted somewhere they could take their dogs on an actual walk rather than in a field. Spicer Forest was put up as a candidate, and it went through a few different shortlistings, but the response from Capital Kiwi and Friends of the Tawa Bush, for various reasons, were not comfortable that those sites would become off leash, and that's why we propose that it stays a status quo.
Okay, and also just to note substantive amendment 0.4 around Glenside, I was wondering if you could also just briefly comment on what I thought was a positive engagement with the issue that they had.
Yeah, I think really positive. We can continue the conversation. I think this just solidifies the work that is already going on there, with especially in Denise's team with PSR. But it puts it on the record that there'll be a review, if need be, in the future if the land use changes, and that the conversations and the relationships will continue.
Yeah, and so I just want to also use the opportunity to thank you for having stuff put to you saying how can we solve this issue, and you come up with a solution. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all. I see no further pate from colleagues at the table, so we will move on to debate. Ngā mihi for your work in particular. Thank you, councillors. I'm going to be moving this paper, and Deputy Mayor Foon will second. I just quickly wanted to call out a little bit of the work done here by Alice and the team, and talk about, up to 5,000 submissions. It's a huge engagement for people. I had people DMing me, asking me to come and see their bird aviary on the peninsula, and coming to check out bees, but it turned out I'd already met those bees. And no, genuinely just such a joy to be running through this process, and I know that Alice in particular has sat with a lot of community groups, and those tried and true conversations about dogs on Oriental Bay Beach and stuff like that, and being able to come to a resolution that the majority are happy with. I'd like to thank Deputy Mayor Foon and Councillor Randall for both bringing and doing the mahi on those early amendments, and I understand Councillor Pennant has got one that she wishes to move not as a part of the substantive. Lastly, just to kind of cap off the end there, Wellington, and I'm sure you're sick of hearing of it, but I'm not going to stop talking about it, is the only city in the world where biodiversity is increasing, not decreasing. And we are seeing over at Te Maraatane, Zealandia, the translocation for some amazing species that are growing beyond the eco-sanctuary, like native frogs, and the first breeding pair of titiponamu outside of the fence. And we've got Karieria having kiriru for lunch just across the road, and Lambton Key, and to kind of talk about the excellent timing of this policy to come as just over 100 kiwi have been released into the hills of Wellington within the last few weeks total.
And so with that, just huge acknowledgement to officers, and over to you, Deputy Mayor Foon, for seconding. Hi, Councillor Pennant, would you like to move your amendment?
Thank you. I've had the privilege of leading this policy work 2 times, and the thing I just want to remark on is how calm this is. Usually there'll be people in the public gallery, there will be, enormous amounts of media, and I think it just shows how things have actually significantly changed over the last decade or so. Which in my view is a positive thing, and obviously Councillor O'Neill's just referred to the amount of biodiversity we have, and also my perspective, companion animal growth is also a good thing, obviously with some costs though, and that needs to be balanced. So I'd like to thank officers for the amazing work that they've done, very much appreciated. That's a large number of submissions still to consider, and you've got a lot of support for the initiatives outlined in the work. So I think that's fantastic. I particularly like the dog-friendly Wellington. I was just talking to Helen Jones earlier today, saying that when I first did the policy, I took the word control out of it. And it might have just seemed a small change, but it was very much about, and dogs as being a bad thing, when actually I wanted to see it as more in the broader context. And so I guess we're now moving towards being dog-friendly city, which I think is absolutely fantastic. But I do want to acknowledge that not everyone likes dogs, and some people do find them scary. I was just in a dog exercise area with these large dogs running around. I was just like, heck, where's the owner? So, and I know some people literally are scared of them, so we do need to exercise some level of control. I do just want to, the issues over cats have been extremely contentious in the past, so it's brilliant that the de-sexing this time has just been, okay, I think the conversations have moved on and people see that that is a very good thing to do. I hope the next conversation will be about keeping them indoors. I'm not sure what rights we've got there, but there actually are a problem in terms of native wildlife, and also they're potentially a danger to themselves if they explore too far. And just the other small point I wanted to make, I do love the idea that we should be able to have beehives and chickens in the city, but they do come with consequences, bee poo and noise and all the rest of it. So that will have to be managed, and I know it's laid out in the policy. So hope it will. I had someone complain to me about bee poo. It is a bit of an issue. All right. So lastly, I just want to move the amendment. So thank you, Councillor O'Neill, for saying you could put in the substantive, but I appreciate it might be a little bit contentious, so I just wanted to draw it out. So first of all, I'd like to say thanks to my former councillor colleague, Councillor Marsh, who got this over the line. It has been a privilege and a really good use of space from my perspective that dogs have been able to go into Oriental Bay Beach. There is no wildlife there. That's the only reason that we'd allow it. And generally, from my experience, because I'm there often, people have not abused it, and people do pick up after their dogs. And saying that if they abuse the privilege, they should face some consequences. I do acknowledge that there is some community concern, and just Councillor Young can't be here, but she has said that there has been some concern from the Oriental Bay residents, and obviously through the consultation process there was. So what I'm trying to do with this amendment, with the support of the Mayor, is to kind of do a middle road. So the original proposal was to go out for, before 10 a.m. in the morning and then in the evening. I carefully observed the beach over the summer every day. It seems clear that people do like to use the beach in the evenings, and on a beautiful night, I think that absolutely makes sense. It's not so busy in the morning. I know there are swimmers, but they tend to swim more from Freiburg Beach. So I just thought proposing that quite small window, 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. is a reasonable compromise. No access to the eastern side then, because I felt that, except for between 5 a.m. and 10 a.m, just because people do even use that part of the beach in the evenings as well, and in the afternoons during summer. So I think just given we have an increasing population, I think and we should use our space wisely. I think it's a reasonable compromise, but look forward to hearing your feedback on the amendment. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor. I understand Mayor Whānau is seconding. Would you like to speak?
Kia ora koutou, thank you. So just briefly, I'm a frequent visitor to Oriental Bay Beach with Teddy, and I speak as mayor, but also as a nearby resident. So we're facing a huge increase of dog ownership in the city. So I support having more spaces for them to run around in general, and what I like about this is that it gives them the ability to have a nice run along the beach and in the water before the work day, so owners get to do that and let them exert themselves. I have found that the owners are incredibly respectful, they clean up after themselves, and that the dogs are actually of a smaller nature, and I've never witnessed this being an issue, and I think limiting it to these morning hours will work well. It works well at another beach, I think Ballina Bay, no, a different one right around Evans Bay Parade. So yeah, that's me.
Kia ora. Thank you, colleagues. Is there any further debate? Councillor Brown.
I'm completely opposed to this. I think the original officer recommendation was a smart one. As somebody who also frequently goes down to the beach, my dog also goes there in winter when the dogs are currently allowed to go. Even the most responsible dog owner is not 100% diligent when their dog is running around on the beach. This is a super popular public area. It is like very, very, very popular, and it's just inappropriate, I think, for people to actually to be putting their dogs out there over the summer when they don't need to. You've got Plymouth Park, which is a couple of 100 metres away and is a much better place for dogs to roam. And the reality is that Plymouth Park is not like swarming with dogs, so there may be a large increase in the population of dogs, but there's ample areas around this part of the city to allow your dog to exercise off leash, so we do not need to give this area to dog owners. I think management's recommendations are the right ones. I think allowing dogs onto a very popular summer beach with the obvious outcome that they will make, there will be unfortunate moments is just a mistake. So I hope that you'll vote against Iona's recommendations and stick with what management have actually put forward.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Cheers, right. Okay, I see no further debate. Oh, Pauiwi, I will just remind members, so we've got the clock ticking up there as well, if people could aim for 3 minutes or less.
So I'd just like to support what Councillor Brown has said as well. I support dogs. I support them on the beach as well, but I think that that's too long. 5 o'clock in the morning till 10 o'clock and letting them roam free. If you were saying that they were, I just think that that's too long, and particularly for that time of the year, the winter time, yeah, but not the summertime. And 10 o'clock, I know when I was a young mum and I was taking my kids to the beach, I was getting ready to go and to be at the beach by that time. And that was before daylight saving, or did daylight saving come in? Yeah, maybe it did. but yeah, I don't, in its current form, I'm not going to support this.
Any further debate?
Yeah. Yeah, look, I'm sorry. I'm also, with the greatest respect and also being a dog owner, but I'm not going to support this. I think it seems like it was I don't want to say a decision on the hoof, but I feel like we've been given advice from officers. Oh, sorry.
Decision on the paw. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, sorry, you've really thrown me.
And we discussed
I'm
this.
just quickly trying to think here. I think that Yeah, I could, because what I understand is that this is the same thing that happened with Island Bay, and that's in a way why we're in the situation we're in now. There was a quick decision made, and so yeah, so just on that principle, I'm just not going to support that this time. Thank you.
E te kaikonehere, Councillor Pannett, e pāngai ana koe ki te whakatauku. Kutu. Kia koe te tikanga, right of reply.
Thank you. And sorry, I would like to thank you for your work on this area too. Much appreciated. Yes, Mayor Whānau, I would agree. Many observations, the dogs do tend to be quite small. And Councillor Brown and Deputy Mayor Foon, look, I respect your perspectives. Obviously, we have a diverse community. Councillor Brown, shall I dob you in? I would. I know this area incredibly well from a dog perspective, and yes, Plymouth Park is an excellent place to exercise dogs. In fact, my two personally do prefer that area to do their zoomies in the morning. But like, just because we've had, they are on lead in the town belt generally, except for that area we made near Newtown. So there's really kind of only that, and then there's sort of that thing at the Ellis Street end. So I don't necessarily agree there's lots of space for off-lead times. And Deputy Mayor Foon, look, I don't think it's a decision on the hoof. The original proposal was to do the morning and the evening, so it wasn't just completely. Yeah. So, but look, no. There's no need to apologise. It's just, and I take your point around Island Bay. It is always complex because we're trying to navigate in our lovely communities who have very strong views. But I think it is a reasonable enough compromise. Instead of the eastern side, just these few hours, I would have been happy to bring it back to 9 a.m. if that's what Poewi Kelly had wanted. But it's just a few hours. Most people aren't even going to be out at 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, and then they'll be off for the day and everyone else can use it. Kia ora.
E nānei ka potitia te motini. I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded.
Can I have vision on that?
Sure.
Thank you.
Ended into madness talking about oh goodness, sorry, I hadn't voted. That has Kuangere, that has not passed. Righto. No, my shoe bears and Jeff. Kiti Kōrau. Oh, sorry, my bad. We're still on the substantive. Hanging in there. Councillors, we're putting the substantive now. Would we like a right of reply? I'm the person with the right of reply. I say no. Would you like one?
Yeah, I have a question.
All right, go.
Well, if Steph can help me now with my pretty images. Yep. Kia ora. So we definitely heard from our community in Island Bay and beyond that people really love to take their dogs to Island Bay Beach, and why wouldn't you? Sorry, I didn't get the one that's looking gorgeous. But the beach is the place where we also need to work really hard to protect our dunes. And it's global knowledge that the dunes are, protect us against our rising seas and surging storms, but also create a space of biodiversity for other animals and beings that live in that zone. And so And there's also really community groups that are working down there very hard to try and replant the dunes and have actually made this happen. So while we have tried to stop the dogs from going into the dunes, this was Sunday evening, so you can see how dogs and fences they're not really working. There's another one where they're clambering up into the dunes. You can see the paws going up there. And here's even some dog poo in the dunes, and another one. So I'm sorry to bring this to you, but this is Sunday night. I know, right? So I'm going to go back to the pretty picture. There we go. We'll rest out. We'll rest there. Yeah. But actually, you know, it's becoming a really challenging space, because it's not only when the tide comes up, there's no space there for people, for dogs, and for dunes, and so it is going to be an ongoing challenge. And so while I just want to acknowledge the suggestion was to move the dogs to the east side, and our community came back very strongly with a definite no, as I dragged Councillor Abdurrahman through this conversation against, thank you for putting up with it. But actually I do think that the better question to ask the community was, should we go back to dogs on leads in this area? So I think we've got a recommendation from officers, which I think, you know, most of the community will be happy about, because they really do appreciate the space to be able to walk their dogs, for mental well-being, for all the other wonderful things that we acknowledge that our dogs bring to us. But what I am asking officers to do is come back in 18 months to just see the progress that we make on the dunes, but also to understand the impact in other areas where we've created dog off-leash zones, because there are people that use those spaces as well, that this might come as a surprise to them. So I think we just really need to work closely with our officers, our volunteers, our community and environmental groups to ensure that the dunes are well maintained and better understood by everybody. And actually, I think this is one of those instances where I think Wellingtonians are really great at picking this up, that as a community we own dune protection, not just hand it to council, and that actually together is the way that we're going to make the difference here. So yes, just asking you to support the amendment, I think number 7 at the end. Kia ora. Thanks to officers for an incredible workload. Amazing.
Kia ora. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Foon. I will now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Please vote accordingly. And to highlight to the committee, both this policy packet and the commemorative policy were delayed for long-term plan. Yeah. So we've kept people waiting for a few months.
Could we just take this as a Division 2, please?
Sure. Oh, mana, that has passed. Thank you. Right. My apologies for jumping ahead before. Item 3.4, commemorative policy review. No mai Shu, Baz and Jeff ki te hore e te kōrero to come and introduce the report.
That was really great work.
No, my welcome team. You can take the report as read, but feel free to make any introductory comments.
Kia ora, and committee chair and councillors. So, on that note, my introduction would be very brief and focusing on the changes we made after the consultation. As you might remember, the consultation was taken during September and October 2023, and we got 5 submissions. Mostly are either strongly support or support our proposals. One thing I particularly want to stress is our effective consultation actually is a one-on-one engagement with our talk high hero partners, and we got very valuable comments from them, and in relation to the high level of significance for the future memorials, and also the wording changes to the one of the guiding principles, that's the monophenoid representation. And maybe the most important and significant recommendation is to take advantage of best use of the current bodies which have monophenoid representations. So based on this communication and engagement, the most significant change we made to the new policy is not to establish the internal decision-making panel. So that was taken out from the initial proposal. So because this policy is quite operational, and we also have a lot of tidying up work and down to the current policy, and but I have very strong support from my colleagues, and so we are ready for questions.
Kia ora, thank you, Shu. Pauiwi Liz Kelly.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. This morning, our first submitter spoke of the Ataturk. And they also spoke about the memorial that they have and how they had been asked to change the wording, even though way back when it was passed that they would be allowed to do it, they were allowed to put in the word that they wanted to put in. Is that a part of this policy? Sorry, I'm all over I hope you can understand what I'm trying to say.
Totally understand the question, although it's not. It's obviously an operational decision which flows from this. It's not a part of the policy itself. So that's an operational question.
So that's a separate, yes, and that can be taken offline. Okay, kapai. Thank you.
Just FYI, that was based on advice we got from MFAT regarding the use of the word the gentleman mentioned this morning. Yeah. So we took advice from MFAT on that. So that would be the case. If that situation arose again, we would have to do that too.
Alrighty. Okay, we have quite a few people on the speaking list. Councillor Brown.
I was just struggling to actually work out the practical operational consequences of this, and to give you a couple of examples. One which a number of councillors were involved with was respect to commemorative markings in our cemeteries, where there was a very rigid policy and we wanted it changed to be more flexible. So I'd like to know whether that type of request of the public would be altered by what is actually in this paper. And then the second, I think is more to do with Liz Kelly's question around when somebody turns up with a request to actually have some sort of commemorative physical thing installed in Wellington, where does it actually go? I mean, I know that what happens with things like the Sculpture Trust, but if they're doing something more modest, like the illustrations you had here, who decides? What's the process there? And is it relevant for this paper? I sort of got lost in where it actually, practically the rubber hits the road.
So I'll answer the first part of the question. So the operations with the management within the cemeteries, that is governed by the cemetery management plan and their operational guidelines. So that is this, whereas this policy is about commemorative plaques or doing commemorative things within public places, not the cemeteries itself. So the second part of the question was, where does it go?
Kia ora. I think it depends on the type of possibly the commemorative thing or the installation, but definitely in PSR we have someone who sits in our teams that receives the applications for like commemorative seats and things like that, and so there's a designated person who works with the people that submit through there and email through to him. And if we're talking about other things like art and things like that, then again it sits with that same person, and it comes down to the.
Councillor Brown, can you please use the mic?
So obviously there's a range of things. So yes, people come in and want seats or commemorative trees, and so our PSR business unit manages that. If people are looking to put in wanting a commemorative, a little bit like the discussion with that was raised this morning. So they would come. So we have communities that come and want to put a. Councillor Pennant asked about the Anne Frank's memorial, which has been placed up in the town belt. There's this discussion that was held in public participation this morning. We often get those applications. They're more general community-based applications, and we're suggesting that they go through. We've got a design review panel, which has advice from Mana Whenua. We'd have that as the central place which deals with those more general community applications.
But is it going to be different in future?
To answer your question, no, not significantly different. At the moment, we look at when people approach us on a case-by-case basis and involve members of the heritage team, the urban design team, Mana Whenua, Mātou Haranui, and depending on where it sits, if it's in a public open space or a road corridor activity, people from those areas, so we can actually make an informed decision around its heritage, cultural or otherwise merits in terms of its recognition of an event or person in the city.
Aye, it's a very interesting process. Right, I have Councillor Abdurrahman.
My question is regards to how we engage with other agencies. Example, you said we will listen to IMFAT's advice. And do we have a policy, or that is just a norm that we usually follow?
I'd have to check on that, Jeff. I'm not sure if we have a policy to do that or whether or not, and it depends on the circumstances, because there are so many different circumstances that come up. We sometimes seek guidance from sources such as that.
In absence of policies, let's say if there isn't, what do you think would be the guiding principle to make decisions for such a request, and what the political consequence would be, how that can be managed and how that can be navigated?
That's the reason we developed a set of guiding principles for decision making. And the first one is public place is for public. The second is connection to Wellington City. The third is community well-being. Mm-hmm. So the relevant teams, business teams, and the potential review panel will take all these guiding principles into consideration.
Similar to the naming of street names, I will just remind elected members that we do have an opportunity to utilise and ask for further information through written questions processes. But having said that, Councillor Abdurrahman, did you have more partai?
No, thank you.
Cool. Thank you, Councillor Chung, and then we will move on to debate.
Thank you for this. Regarding your comment that you've discussed this with Mana Whenua, and I'm just wondering, what's the difference between what different people want? Is it the same sort of thing, or is it like, are there other ethnicities that say they want something different, or I think a commemorative plaque is, looking at the guideline that you gave, would apply to everyone. But are there things that come out of that guideline that you actually strike that we should be looking at or considering?
Well, the officers still have to go through a process. They are consulting with Mana Whenua, but they are also consulting with people in our parks and recreations team and members of the public in that area. I think the question's been answered in terms of considering other people's worldviews?
Yeah, the reason why I ask that is that after having gone through the recent meeting, a long discussion on what ethnic communities want, I actually don't know whether they want different things, and so would you actually be talking to them about do they want different things to what?
The council, I think my question and my answer is the council is dealing with a range of different kind of commemorative requests. So there's from like tree planting and plaques and seeds, and also memorials and even statues. So I think different requests will from different communities and individuals. And the review panel will only deal with those complex and significant the requests.
Councillor Payne, lucky last.
And it was only because of what Mr. Roberts said. Then a question came into my mind. So can I just clarify, James, because these things are really political, obviously, about how we tell history. So are we really only taking MFAT's instruction? Because I will be following up about the public participation this morning.
No, I think as Shu and Jeff have said, it's a balance of factors that have to be taken into account. So that's a balancing factor.
Is history and fact important?
You asked me for an opinion.
There's alternative facts. Anyway, I'll leave that for debate.
Righto. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Yes, and just to acknowledge as well, as I did at the end of the animal and dogs policy, this is another thing that we've delayed as a committee, so I really thank the attention of officers to kind of keep it up in the air while we get some other mahi done. Councillors, I'm happy to move this paper. Ma wai e tau toko. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Matthews, thank you very much. I will reserve my right to speak. Councillor Pannett.
Look, I just want to thank officers for their work, and it's fantastic that there's been so much engagement with mana whenua, and the direction of the policy is absolutely right. Just make 2 points. I did just clarify the line public spaces will only be made available to requests that have a strong and immediate connection to Wellington City, and that's been clarified for me. That's right, but I mean we have got the Anne Frank memorial. 3 seats up there, so it's just, but I agree there should be a strict criteria, and obviously takaheri needs to be taken into account. Yes, just the last discussion. There are no alternative facts. There might be different interpretations of history, but I mean, obviously that's just something that we need to look into, and sometimes historians have not done their job properly and have not told the history well enough, but I do think we need to be really honest about maybe a historical figure has done some good things, but they might also have done some bad things, and we need to tell the proper history. So that I think that was a useful submission this morning. But look, I think this is a good policy, and it will guide us well for the next couple of decades.
Thank you, Councillor Pennant. Colleagues, any further? Pauiwi Kelly.
Just quickly, I would like to foreshadow, because I was listening to what was said this morning, and the mahi that I do when people are traumatised, a big part of the healing is recognising the hurt that has happened, and that was the key thing that grabbed my attention. When the submitter was talking this morning, that there has been no recognition of the hurt that happened. So I'm just foreshadowing that I am going to be following this up, because I think that an injustice has happened here, and that we need to fix it. And particularly if we as a council said they could do it, and we even already said what the words they could have, and then they were told they couldn't do it. But thank you to the officers for bringing this paper to our attention.
Thank you, Pauiwi Kelly. We'll make sure that we're following up through our avenues as well. Councillors, I don't see any further debate, and I have no right of reply. And I now ka pōtitia te motini. I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Ko mana, that motion carried. Thank you all. No maita Baz's team, they've been very busy this week. Item 3.5, proposed reserve revocation and land disposal in Newlands. No mai Sarah Jane, ki te hore e te kororo, to come and introduce the report. Welcome, Sarah Jane. You can take the report as read, but feel free to add any further comments.
I think it's pretty self-explanatory, but I'll just go over it again just in case. So we are proposing to dispose of a piece of land at 33 Shaney Walk in Newlands. It is a former reservoir site. The reservoir was disestablished in 2015, and it is a utility reserve as a result of being a reservoir. Obviously, it's no longer needed, so we would like to dispose of that land and revoke the reserve status as a result.
Thank you. Colleagues, any partai? Councillor Randall.
I just wondered if you could briefly comment if there's been any community interest in the site for any particular purpose, or is it really just a piece of land that's out of the way and just needs to be sorted?
So no community interest that I'm aware of. It's a little cul-de-sac. It was originally a reservoir for the subdivision that was created. It's obviously been superseded by a different reservoir. It is mostly only suitable for residential property, standalone.
Okay, thank you.
Pauiwi Liz.
So reading the paper this morning, it said that the officers had talked to the neighbours, I guess, and the interested parties about an easement, and essentially was that to allow vehicle access onto the property.
Yes, so there is pedestrian access to the property only. There is a driveway, so you can access it by vehicle, just not legally. The neighbours are also in that same situation, so it's a shared driveway between the three properties. We have engaged with them multiple times over a number of years to resolve the situation, and we are unable to. So we are just now proposing to sell it with the pedestrian access. And then wouldn't that impact on the price that we would get for the land? Because even though it's quite small, 508, I think it was, square metres, you can still build substantial property on it, and it's actually quite nice because it's in a cul-de-sac. But would it affect the price? But I was interested to note that in the pictures that we had, they're not agreeing to an easement, so that a legal easement, so that you could drive up the driveway. But I noticed that there's two of their vehicles that are parked on the actual land. So I thought that's a bit cheeky, all right? If you answer that first. So the lack of vehicle access could have an impact on the value, and we would get a registered valuer to do a valuation close to the time that we're looking at disposing of it. But our typical process for disposing of surplus land is via a tender process, so it would really be up to the market to determine whether or not that is an issue. Obviously, it is a nice quiet cul-de-sac. There are fantastic views from that site, so you've got to weigh up your desires as a potential owner on whether or not that would have an impact in the value for you.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know the street at all, but it looked pretty good.
Any further partai? No, thank you very much, Sarah Jane. Mā wai te motini I whakataka koutou. Is there a mover for the motion? I understand Councillor Randall and a panel are going to move and second the report. Don't scramble to say anything.
So this seems just quite a small item that officers have assessed, and they've tried to make the best of it, but I think in the end it's not really the job of council to go and sort out property issues. It's probably better that some more motivated person go and take that on board, and as noted, the community hasn't got any particular interest, but once we've got through this step, the future of the land can be considered as an open item. So I think I ask you to support it. Thanks.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Randall. Would you like to speak? No? Colleagues, any debate? Any right of reply? Fantastic. E nai nei ka pōtitia te motini. I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded.
Councillor Chung. Kua mana, that is carried. Thank you, everybody. Righto, we are on the home stretch. Moving to item 3.6, actions tracking and forward work program. No mai James ki te hora I te kōrero.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. So the report is as presented. I'll take any questions, but I'll just make a couple of updates. So the first one is some extra information around the second item on the list, the future of the former Workermen's Bowling Club site on the Wellington Town Belt. So the design has now got to a final point for that. The team will take that back to the community to re-engage on that final design. At the moment, the money is available in the plan to do the job over the next 12 months, and the next step is to demolish the current building, and that is planned to happen in May. Okay. Okay, the next one. Sorry. Yeah. So the next point I wanted to go to was the one Social and Rec Fund Sportsville funding from 28 June 23. So basically what we're replying there is that there's not really a funding available for CapEx and building work under the Social and Recreation Fund. The Environment and Accessibility Performance Fund potentially could be used. At the moment, we do direct quite a lot of, or you do direct quite a lot of money from the Social and Rec Fund towards outcomes associated with ending homelessness, and specifically funding for Te Pāmaru and also DCM. So we do want to close that item if possible.
Is that 200k that Downtown City Mission got?
And I'll take any other questions on action items.
Right, thank you. We've got two people for Patai, 3. Councillor Pannett to start.
Sorry, I should have asked before, and I should have spoken to Councillor Matthews. The Accessibility Action Plan. So last time I heard about that, there were some issues with around the consultation, but is it on track? Maybe
it's on the forward program for May.
Yeah, it's not that far away. Do you want
to? There is. So you may have seen. I don't know if you know. There is a person from the community who has been doing some work on this, so it's some work is underway.
Okay, and is it a broad-based approach to?
I think we are doing a small and contained piece of work at this point, but I haven't seen what the recommendations are coming out.
Okay, thanks.
Aye. Right, Councillor Abdurrahman, then Councillor Calvert.
Cool. Thank you, James. Before I go to more questions, who decides to demolish the community centre usually? Whose decision is that?
So it was the solution that was done in the design, and the main reason for demolishing the building is that it's in such a state that it's not repairable, based on the advice that we've had from building, property and engineering. And if it was intended to be repaired, in essence, we would have to pull it down and basically build it from scratch. And in order to do that, plus sort out the landscaping, there isn't enough money currently assigned to that project to be able to do that.
Actually, my question is, who decide to demolish it? Council, the governance, it's operational? That's what I'm trying to get at. Who make the decision? I don't remember as a council us making the decision.
I believe that in the last time this went through the committee, the representation in the paper was that was probably the strongest option given the state of the building, but that there would be the community consultation done first, which was done.
Okay, so basically the amendment that was put forward back in 2022, that is the understanding of officers demolishing, I think, I'm not sure, option 3 or whatever, the amendment, that is demolishing the building. That's the understanding?
Correct, as in officers were asked to go away and come up with a plan, and that is the plan that makes the most sense given the condition of the building and as a result of the consultation with the community.
Okay, I recall the amendment. We will take that one out to private. But my second question, when was the last time council engaged about this premises and the future of it with local communities, especially regards with the new design?
It was in 2023. I would have to check on the exact month for that.
To demolish the community centre.
When you say the community centre, do you mean
the bowling club?
The bowling club in May, according to the current project plan.
With the understanding of the amendment that was moved in 2022.
Correct.
No, because it's important we're making decision. If we're going to delay, I'm very happy, but I think there is a bit of misunderstanding. If I recall, last time we had a discussion with you as well. In November 23, we made a decision in this council as part of the action plan. And then I asked a question, and the response was different to what me and you discussed after that meeting. There was a bit of
Councillor, I feel we might be straying into debate.
Okay, no, I'm just trying to, fair enough. So what I'm trying to get here is, it might get a little bit messy. I would prefer if we can delay, even if it's next week or we put it to the next meeting, to flush some of the things out, because I'm just requesting, and otherwise I'll continue with some of the questions.
I'll just note that the Actions Tracking and Forward Work Programme is to receive and note information, so it's not a decision-making paper in terms of discussing the future of this. We can't make a decision on that.
If we are receiving, that's why I'm running from, because previously we received and there was something that I don't want to discuss here that I want to take up, not online. That is impacting the decision we're going forward as well. Now receiving will have an impact on where we are heading. We are receiving with information, understanding of demolishing the building by May. That is the information we're receiving. And I'm arguing that is not the right way. I'm not saying should we demolish or not. That is a completely different issue. But the process itself now, probably we might need to look at it a bit.
Yeah, what would you like to do?
That's why I ask, is that operational to demolish it? If that is yes, because when I asked related to the amendment that was moved in 2022, that amendment, I was not here, but I do recall the amendment. That amendment is not giving that power to council to demolish it. But if council is deciding operationally to demolish by themselves, that is another discussion. I just want to clarify those two things. If it's not, it's operational, as you said, Auntie Liz, that's another discussion. Or councillor, just if you prefer.
I believe it is an operational decision, yeah.
Cool. In that case, my question would be is, what time frame are you looking tendering the construction process, since we have to spend the funding before certain time, from my memory, maybe sometime next year? So how long that tendering will take, and are you confident enough to finish it on time?
We are confident enough, correct, within the 12-month period, yes.
So can you confirm that construction tendering is not signed yet, or if it's signed?
I think we might be getting pretty operational here, and I think we're probably getting pretty operational here in terms of the scope of what the paper is down to.
It is operational, but what I'm saying is that operational functioning will have impact on the governance decision making. That means understanding how that operational decision making is going ahead will help in decision making for the governance. That's why I'm asking those operational questions. I'm not trying to make the operational decision, but I'm trying to understand, to help me the governance decision, how the operational decision is getting made.
Okay. Cool. That being said, so I haven't. Apologies if you weren't on the list yet. Councillor Calvert.
First up, the Kōrau Event Centre, which is shown as completed. I think it might help if we could have the date things were completed, or at least the month, so that we can just see whether there's been some other information added that might change that. And I raised the event centre is because my understanding is that the amount that's required it can't be done within that amount, and there's still some negotiations happening. So do you have an update, or would you like to take that offline?
I'll take that offline to
Yeah.
give you a full answer.
Okay, thank you. But it would be quite good if we could, for the next meeting, if that needs to be updated. And then there's two other things on that I can't see on there, and they may have not been on there because I might have missed them. But they're decisions that were made around the same time as other decisions on here, even the bowling club. One is Kandala Pool, and one is the Wadestown Community Centre about next actions. And I don't see them on here, but I'm happy to take that offline, because even if they supposedly had been completed, I would have expected to see them here.
That might, right? Yeah. What goes in the report is just the outstanding actions in relation to this committee, but those resolutions probably passed at Finance and Performance long-term plan?
I don't know. I can't remember. I think it was social. It was actually the Kandala Pool one, and it was the same time as the bowling club.
Yeah, we can definitely
meeting. So I think
that
would
out.
be good. Yeah, no, it's definitely social. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Councillor Calvert. Colleagues, any further partai? No? Fantastic. Colleagues, any debate? Councillor Abdirahman. Oh, and a mover. I'll move it. Do I have a seconder? Do you want a second and debate it, Councillor Abdirahman?
I will be voting against one of the action receiving, so I can't. Yeah.
Do I have another seconder? Councillor Matthews. Tima. All right. Yeah, over to you, Councillor Abdirahman, to speak to debate.
Cool. I absolutely understand the challenge with the bowling club in Newtown, and that is not the only one. We are having a lot of issues. The Kandala Pool is an example of, I think it's a similar example with Newtown Community Centre or bowling club, but in a different way. So, and you also know, most of you who've been in this council, that issue has been going on for a very long time, and previously council brought it to this for a decision during Justin's time, and the mayor pushed it back and stopped it for that to go ahead. And then again comes back again under Andy Foster, again pushed back. And the investigation into the engineering report, I tried to look up today a little bit, and it would be interesting for a lot of people to go back and look at it. And now it's deteriorated, and some of the community say that I disagree with, but what they say is just was left there to deteriorate, and purposely, and that is a bit unfortunate for the community to feel that way. And how we're going to go forward again would be better if we communicate it in a way that the community know more clarity. At least it's going to be demolished. If we are going to demolish it, just tell them we're going to demolish, we're going to replace it with this, and they are not sure. I can track it to my email conversation with officers and with the community back into last year, and how things been progressing. It's also a bit of surprise to some extent for me as a local councillor. We're just going to be demolishing in May, even though I had a bit of discussion just before today's meeting. Probably we need to look at it a little bit. And this council also passed a resolution not long ago as the Newtown, Newtown area, to look at it, the toilet and the library and the bowling club, all to be looked at it, and so we can make a decision that can be like win-win. But now what we are doing is focusing only on the bowling club. The community petitioned and requested for toilet for so many years, and finally we make a decision. But instead of acting on that one, we are acting on the demolition of this one. Sometimes the priority itself can be interesting as well. So the community might not see the funding is not there for this one, the funding is there for this one. It's more complicated. That is not communicated well. And if we just go and demolish it, I'm afraid it might not gonna be happy for all of the community. I'm not sure how, as a councillor, I'm gonna respond to that. So I think we need to help each other here.
He take hei tau patu, any further debate, colleagues? Councillor Calvert.
Just very briefly, I support Councillor Abdirahman's concerns, I will be voting to receive the information, because I think it's fair for the officers to, to have a look at it and amend if necessary. But I've just seen another one, because it was when you were mentioning toilets, the Ian Galloway temporary toilets, and I'm not quite sure where those are either on here. So that's a decision we made last year. So just wanting to make sure that this list is up to date, so that we can, when we're tracking stuff, everything's on there. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you. Councillor Randall.
Yes, I think Councillor Abdurrahman Abdurrahman.
Point of order. Today I'm gonna say let's do this with all due respect, Madam Chair. Up.
Councillor.
Do. Ra.
Ha.
Abdurrah. Do.
Abdurrahman.
Team, this is. I appreciate the cheekiness. This is not a point of order, and we try not to interrupt each other. But Councillor Randall.
So as a local ward councillor, I appreciate that these individual issues are really important to local communities, and communication is, and officers do generally a good job of communicating what's happening. For me, when that doesn't happen, it's the putting right that counts. And if my fellow councillor has a concern around that, he's right to bring it to officers' attention. And even if we continue on and it receives a report, I think the point is very well made. I do think these things can be sorted out offline, as I did with Glenside under the dog policy, where I think there was a bit of a communication mix-up, but we got it sorted. And so I just want to support all the councillors to engage with officers, and where officers aren't quite doing it right, then do escalate. That is the right thing to do. But also I think that this is sort of an operational issue. I support you in principle. I don't quite understand the issue, because I do know that officers put a lot of work into proceeding under our instructions. And so I always think that better communication is always good. But equally, if we've made a decision, we do expect officers to get it done, and sometimes we complain it doesn't get done. So I just wanted to say that, partly for the public as well, the two people who are still listening, that there's a whole lot of work that happens behind the scenes as a ward councillor that sorts out some stuff, and that sort of detailed engagement where it is important to local communities is important. Councillors have engagement with that, and so they can be the communication vessel for their own community. Thank you.
Councillor Matthews.
I just want to briefly note that the best way to get questions about these items addressed is in the written questions, and they are all items that we should be familiar with, as we have previously made decisions on them. But we should also acknowledge that we have more than one committee. So some of the items that have been discussed, for example, the Ian Galloway toilets, were an annual plan decision, so would be an item that would be in my committee, not under this one. Thank you.
Thank you all for a very robust debate at the end of a long day. Look, I have no right of reply, and with that, I will put the motion which has been moved and seconded. And I ka pōtitia te motini. Oh, sorry. Kua mana, that is carried. Thank you all. Just very briefly, before moving on to the karakia noho oro mai, I just want to acknowledge that a lot of our colleagues are sick or dealing with some significant life stresses at the moment, and I know it's been a huge effort today for the councillors that have been online, present, sometimes having to be excused, and I just thank everyone for looking after each other, and hope we can keep doing that.
With that, we will just close with the karakia. Unuhia, 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 ki te uru tapu nui, atea, ki e māma, te nākau, te tinana, te wairoa, e te ara takata. Iria ake ki ronga, kia wātea, kia waitea, ai rā, ko wātea.
All good.